Tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? How you doing, Lester?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Good evening. We are live tonight in the middle of the action, just a couple of blocks from the Capitol building here, where members of Congress are gearing up for the president's primetime address.
Yeah, and he's only about a mile away, set to make that trek here to the Capitol any moment to give his second State of the Union to a divided Congress with the House, now controlled by Republicans.
From NBC News Now, a presidential State of the Union. Live from Washington, here are Hallie Jackson and Tom Llamas.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Tom Llamas. In just over an hour from now, President Joe Biden wants to make his case to you, the American people, that the state of our union is strong, even though polling shows more than half of the country thinks otherwise. And a common theme you're going to hear tonight, finish the job.
That is because the president wants to talk about all the progress he and his team have made over the last couple of years and what he wants to do next. And we've got our hands on an early look at some of the speech. He's set to talk COVID and jobs and bipartisanship and, of course, the economy. With job numbers down, but inflation still stubbornly sticking around. Watch for him to talk about changes, of course, to the nation's gun laws and police reform less than a month after the brutal death of Tyree Nichols at the hands of Memphis police. On foreign policy, you know the president's going to talk about that. He'll hit on China after that whole spy balloon drama these last couple of days, with that balloon eventually shot down over the coast of South Carolina. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine as we get closer to the 1-year mark of the Russian invasion.
And looming over it all, the investigations that so many people are talking about, especially the Republican Party right now. They're set to hold hearings this week on what they call the weaponization of the federal government, the president's own son, Hunter Biden, and a look into the administration's handling of the border crisis, COVID spending, and, of course, those classified documents found at his D.C. office and private home in Delaware.
Over the next hour, you are going to see all the cameras, all the angles, all the correspondence with a look at how we see it live every minute from our control room wall. We'll show that to you in just a little bit. And listen, we already do know some of what the president will say tonight based on excerpts released by the White House ahead of the speech. To break that down, let's get to Kelly O'Donnell. And Kelly, we know the post-pandemic economy is going to be a big focus for the president.
That's right, Hallie. And the West Wing is buzzing tonight in what would be typically after business hours. Lots of staff, lots of reporters here. And part of what people are looking at are those excerpts that have been released by the White House. A few samples of what the president will talk about tonight. And then we expect to get, right before the address begins, the full prepared text. We know that it is certainly President Biden's way to often noodle with the script up until the last moment. But here are some of the key topics, as you pointed out. He'll be talking about the jobs picture, talking about the 12 million jobs that have been added during his time in office. And he'll also be talking about the relationship he has with Republicans. And he will be saying to them, in part, if he was able to work with them last time in the last Congress to get some of the bipartisan legislation through, then we can do that again. So that strikes us as a sort of conciliatory tone, not over the top, not making too many promises, but trying to say to a new person over his shoulder, the Republican House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, that he wants to work with them. So some of what we'll be hearing tonight is about the economy. Some of it will be about what's coming next in terms of the president's plan, some about the U.S. place in the world. But the overarching message is that there is more work to do, and the president says he is optimistic about what can get done. Hallie?
All right, I'll pick it up. Kelly O'Donnell for us at the White House tonight. Kelly, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And threatening to distract from the president's speech tonight, new NBC News poll numbers show half the country is not happy with the way the president has handled things. Let's take a look. You see the approval numbers here with 50% saying they disapprove, and 2/3 of Americans are very uncomfortable or have some reservations about the president running in 2024. And second, that documents investigation where Attorney General Merrick Garland has appointed a special counsel to look into it all. Joining us now is MSNBC host and former Biden administration press secretary Jen Psaki. Jen, thanks so much for joining this special tonight. We really do appreciate it.
Great to be
I
here.
do want to start with those poll numbers, right, Jen? Because they're pretty tough. And another poll also showed that even amongst Democrats, Joe Biden is having a very tough time convincing his own party that he should be president again if he decides to run. What do you think is going on? Why do you think there's a disconnect between what the White House thinks is going on and what the American people feel is happening with the Biden administration?
Well, from sitting in there, Tom, I think the White House is very well aware of what's going on, which is that the plans and proposals that the president has passed, that he's been advocating and talking about out there, are very popular among the public. People want to do something about climate change. They want new roads and bridges in their communities. They just don't know that Joe Biden is a part of it, that that's the role he's played. Tonight is an opportunity to do exactly that, but he needs to do it through a story and not a list. But it is a challenge and an opportunity going into tonight.
Jen, I mean, listen, you've been in the room creating these States of the Union speeches before. I've covered them. Tom's covered them. We hear a lot about presidents telling stories and trying to get messages out to the American people who are tuning in, who may not normally be watching the ins and outs of Washington politics the way that you do and I do and Tom does here. So when you look about messaging, right, when you look at some of the stories that have broken through, of course, China, right, with all the balloon stuff. Listen, the documents investigation, that is a story that has broken through to the American people as well, with real questions of transparency and how the White House handled this. You know what it is like to be the tip of the spear as it relates to communication, right, to members of the media. How does that play into this tonight?
It doesn't. It is not I don't believe the president is going to talk about documents or investigations, nor should he. And there's a lot of examples in the past, Hallie, of presidents like President Clinton, who was under an impeachment investigation back in 1999. He didn't talk about it at all. He gave a speech on the economy. He talked about what he wanted to do to create more jobs for people. That was a speech people loved. It's an important story, the handling of classified documents. A lot of important reporting has been done, but that it does not mean that that is the front and center issue that the people want to hear an update, the American people want to hear an update on from the President of the United States.
You know, Jen, something interesting happened earlier before this speech. The White House released these photos, right, of the president and his team going over the speech. Right. And that wasn't so weird. But what was sort of weird to me was that he's 80 years old, right? He's the oldest president ever to deliver this speech. I'll make the argument he's the most experienced politician in office right now in America. But he's nervous about this speech because he knows that Republicans will come after him if he stumbles, if he starts to stutter, which he has overcome before in his political career. My question to you is this speech the beginning of 2024? Do you think he wants to make sure there's no mistakes? So if voters are watching, they say he still has it, he can run in 2 years.
You know, I think, Tom, the 2024 election, a re-election, and I think he's given every indication he wants to run. We haven't seen any white smoke from the White House quite yet, but that's what message he's sending is, of course, in the back of his mind. And I think a lot of the themes, as much as it's not a political speech, it shouldn't be, it's a moment for him to stand at that dais and be president. But some of the themes, the contrast of, I have a plan, let me finish the job, look over there, that's chaos. Those are some of the themes I would expect that we will continue to hear if he decides to run, as well as the economic contrast. That is the heart, soul. That's what the whole ball game is. And I think that's going to be a big chunk of the speech tonight as well.
That is game, set, match. And if you were in there, if you were in the room crafting the speech with the president, we know he writes every word himself. I get it. But if you were in there helping him to craft that, what are you telling him he's got to do? What's the one thing you're adding into the speech?
I would say make sure you are spending time connecting with the people in the First Lady's box who give a symbol of what you've accomplished, what your vision is. Cut out data points if you need to cut out data points, because people aren't sitting around. Oh, we're all nerds, as we just acknowledged, but people aren't sitting in their homes and their couches writing down data. It's about how they feel, how the speech makes them feel. He is a good storyteller, and I would tell him stick with that. Cut out some of the extra jargon and data points.
Jen Psaki, it is always good to see you. I know you have a lot ahead of you tonight as well. Thank you very much. So listen, we've talked about what is at stake tonight with the president's agenda for the next couple of years. He's going to talk about all the things he wants to get done, right? Applauding some of these bipartisan efforts to try to do them. But you know that Republicans control the House by this razor-thin majority. Will Republicans actually work with them, Tom? That's the question. You know who knows a thing or two about that?
Well, let's see. We have an incredible panel here. Our man of the hour, Chuck Todd, moderator of Meet the Press, our political director.
I feel weird sitting in your chair, Chuck. This is your table. This is your seat.
I'll be honest. I said this to Tom.
What? This is what it's like to be. That's my angle when I'm on your show.
Actually, when my son is now driving, my daughter drives. So yeah, it's like sitting in that passenger seat. So all I'm doing is like hitting the brake.
We'll be your Uber drivers tonight. Of course, our chief of chief correspondents, Andrea Mitchell, joining us at this table.
Love it. That's a good title.
That is the title.
Forget any of these other titles.
It's the best expertise in Washington, and we're so glad to have you here for this. And we want to know, what are you looking for? We've laid out the big themes. We've laid out all the sort of esoteric stuff here, but like, help us watch it like you are.
I think we all know he's going to hit certain things. The question is, what is the emphasis? So how much does he lean into his reelection message? How familiar do you feel like you hear that in here? It does sound like he's trying to turn the temperature down a little bit, and he and McCarthy want to do that. How does that look tonight? I'm curious. Is the outreach genuine? Or does it feel like it's kind of prepared and stuff like that? And I'm curious to see if there's any theatrics. Like we've been used to, our politics rewards the viral moments, whether we want to admit it or not. And this is what our politics has become.
Yeah.
And will there be a moment like that or not that sort of is disruptive? But ultimately, I'm just really curious how well what this re-election message sounds like, because that's ultimately, I think, the one thing that she and I are probably looking for the most.
And Andrew, on that point, what Chuck was talking about, we've had those viral moments, right? Most recently, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi ripping up the Trump speech. Mm-hmm. We had former Supreme Court shouting back. We had Congressman Joe Wilson shouting, "You lied," to President Obama. My question to you is, can we live in an era where if you're not leaning into those viral politics, you can still win? I mean, will we see a new era of bipartisanship?
No, not with this House majority. And I think that Kevin McCarthy really wants to reach out on certain things and not be as extreme as the people who helped get him over the top on the 15th, on that 15th round on that ballot. But just today, you had Marjorie Taylor Greene going around with a balloon tied to her wrist. So she's going to be carrying a balloon into a chamber where...
Is she going to be carrying it into the chamber?
Are they going to allow that? I don't think so.
Yeah. Point being, she was there for it, right?
I do think security wouldn't allow something like that because it's kind of gets in the way.
Point being, she would want to.
She certainly has been out there trying to.
Yes.
So what kind of stunt, as Chuck was saying, might take place? Because has Kevin McCarthy's caution to his caucus just today, again, to behave, has that carried any weight? And then how will the president respond? Because, I think on the teleprompter, he's going to be great. How is he going to respond in the moment? I think he's practiced enough, and he will show his empathy. You're going to see Joe from Scranton tonight. That's the re-election Joe Biden that you're going to try to see.
We've talked a little bit about, and we're in the next couple of minutes here, we're going to get to see our correspondents who are posted up all over the country and all around the world here, bringing us some of that reporting that the president will be talking about. But since we have these political minds here, look at the latest polling, right? Chuck, you know this well from Monmouth here, saying that the majority of the country isn't exactly buying the line that the state of our union is strong, right? And we heard, I was so fascinated to hear from a voter in Pennsylvania, a state that I know well, saying something along the lines of, the president's going to try to tell us that things feel good, but we know how things actually feel because we're the ones doing the budget, right? How does he walk that line?
Well, by the way, I'd be somebody who says we're not headed in the right direction. Okay, and it has less to do with an economic situation and more to do with our political situation. Point is that I think that's the real challenge Biden has. That I think there are some people that don't like the direction we're heading in for financial reasons. There's some people that don't like the direction we're heading in for sort of political reasons or social or societal reasons or cultural reasons. And the thing is that it's tough to speak to all of those because I think there are different reasons for why people feel so pessimistic. I do think he cannot come across like, hey, pay no attention to what you're feeling. Don't look at these stats. The fact of the matter is we have been through a lot as a country. This has been and by the way, the economy looks like it's healing, but it feels unstable in the same way, if you broke your leg 6 months ago, and it's healing, but you're still not ready to run a full sprint. And I think that I think it's perfectly reasonable for the public to sit there and say, boy, okay, things are economically stable right this minute, but look what happened 2 years ago. So he's got to sound genuine about that.
And you have the pressure at home. You also have the pressure abroad as well. Before even the Chinese balloon, we were dealing with Ukraine and Russia. And there was a pivotal moment when we decided, and NATO decided, hey, we're going to send tanks into Ukraine. And that was sort of a change in this war as well. So the president has his hands filled when it comes to issues overseas.
No, absolutely. He's not going to talk about the balloon tonight, I've been told. My reporting is that he is going to talk about China.
Sure.
Talk about the new bases in the Philippines, not talk about the fact that the Pentagon says Lloyd Austin's phone call was not accepted by the Chinese defense minister after the shoot-down, and to not respond to the Republican criticism about how he handled the balloon. The balloon will not be part of this. But talk about the importance of sovereignty, not violating sovereignty, both on obviously China, but Ukraine and Russia. And there's going to be a lot of that because Ambassador Makarova is going to be in the gallery.
Right.
And there's going to be a real push to try to get Ukraine funding.
I'm doing the Chuck Todd. Hang on a second, everybody, because we got a lot more to get to. Stay where you are. Andrew Mitchell, Chuck Todd, thank you both very much. A lot more ahead. Stay with us.
The president.
A citadel of democracy.
The president speaking to a new and more divided Congress.
We have different ideas.
They seem determined to be the party of chaos and catastrophe.
Touting his administration's economic record.
And the state of our economy is strong.
All as we approach the one-year anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
We all want an end to this war.
And a new challenge emerges from China.
Back at home, it's police reform taking center stage.
How can we make some progress?
Hanging over it all, that classified documents investigation.
There's nothing there. I have no regrets.
All of it as the president tees up what's expected to be a 2024 presidential run.
The State of the Union is strong because you, the American people, are strong.
From NBC News Now, a presidential State of the Union. Live from Washington, here are Hallie Jackson and Tom Yamas.
Hey there, I'm Hallie Jackson.
And I'm Tom Yamas, and we are officially less than an hour away from President Joe Biden's State of the Union address that's happening just down the street from where we are in this studio.
We say steps away, we literally mean we are just steps away from the action. And we have an early look at what you can expect to hear from President Biden, with the tone really optimistic. He hopes, saying that after COVID and January 6th, our democracy is unbowed and unbroken. On the economy, nodding to folks who he says have been left behind or treated like they're invisible.
Yeah, and on working with Republicans, saying fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict, gets us nowhere. So until the big speech, we've got our control room output up here. You can see all of the feeds that are coming into our newsroom. We'll be watching and refreshing our emails to bring you the latest updates in real time.
Can we just say it like it is? There's a lot of live stuff happening. Look, we got a ton of things. We got a ton of moving parts. You're going to be watching it right along with us, right? Along with our exceptional NBC News team. From the White House to the Hill, overseas in Ukraine, the experts here at home on the economy. And we'll get an inside take on those chamber vibes from folks who have been in the room and who know it well.
Yeah, we'll also be joined by our amazing panel of political journalists and our strategists who will tell us what's at stake for both parties tonight.
So let's get to Peter Alexander, who is on the North Lawn of the White House for us. Peter, we've heard what the president's going to say about the economy. Tell us more about what you are hearing as you are working your sources right up until the last minute, because we know the president is working on that speech right up to the last minute.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie and Tom. Good evening to both of you. The president does face a challenge tonight, and that really is to bridge that gap between those strong economic numbers, the lowest unemployment we've seen in 50 years, inflation that's still too high, but is slowly easing, and the sense among Americans that they're not satisfied with the direction of the country and that they aren't feeling those economic gains right now. The White House feels strongly that his policies are popular, but the most Americans don't know that they even exist or that he's the one responsible for them. So watch him lean in to his record of achievements on topics like infrastructure, a bipartisan bill that was passed to help build roads and bridges and tunnels in communities. Also on the topics that are so important to Americans like manufacturing, with the semiconductors now being produced here in the United States, improving health care for those American veterans who were exposed to toxic burn pits. And as a part of what was called the Inflation Reduction Act, he'll try to put it in real terms and talk about how that that helps address climate change, but also helps lower prescription costs for Americans. As the president, we are told, will say jobs are coming back and pride is coming back. But the takeaway really tonight is that Joe Biden has your back, at least in the eyes of the White House. Here's how he cast what he hopes to accomplish.
I want to talk to the American people and let them know the state of affairs, what's going on, what I'm looking forward to working on from this point on, what we've done, and just have a conversation with the American people.
That conversation will continue even after tonight. A White House official tonight telling me that 2023, the year we're in right now, will be the year of implementation, Hallie and Tom, to make sure that Americans really feel the impact of what the White House views as its critical accomplishments over the first 2 years.
Yeah, and Peter, as you know, there is somewhat of a disconnect between what the White House wants people to think about what the president has done and what people are actually thinking. We have the approval rating from Gallup, and according to Gallup, currently around 41%. For some historical perspective, how does that compare to other presidents heading into a State of the Union after the first midterms?
Well, let's put those numbers up on the screen for you right now. The latest NBC News poll had Joe Biden's approval rating at about 45%. The Gallup poll, which is consistent across these numbers, has him even lower at about 41% right now. That's ahead of where Donald Trump was at this time, but it's certainly behind Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush. Only Ronald Reagan, it turns out, at this time after his first midterm was roughly below that as well. So it is a challenge for the president. And what's also striking, and I was just on the road in North Carolina, Tom and Hallie, over the last several days, is that this in some ways is a kind of unofficial kickoff for President Biden's 2024 campaign. One of his challenges tonight is trying to convince those Democrats that he is all set for another 4 years to be their nominee in 2024, with a new poll, our poll, showing that 62% of Americans, as you've noted, are either not feeling it. Basically, they have strong reservations or they are very uncomfortable with the idea of him running again.
You know, it's so interesting, Peter. It's 55 minutes before the president shows up for that State of the Union. So we are in it, right? We're close to it. But at 9 o'clock Eastern, you know what's going to happen? Millions of people are going to watch who haven't watched a single political speech maybe in the last year, right? Which is totally fine, by the way. 38 million people watched the president's speech last year. That is 3 times the number of people who watched Game 6 of the World Series. It's not as many as who watched the Super Bowl, you know, but it's a huge audience for the president, Peter, and a huge audience who isn't normally maybe plugged into like all of the ins and outs here. It's an opportunity for him to set that tone for the next couple of years if he does decide to run for re-election.
Yeah, I think that's right. And this is a word that we're hearing from the White House repeatedly, the word opportunity. They view this as an opportunity to communicate directly to the American people without the filter of cable TV or the local news that they get their information from. This is a chance for the president to speak to those Americans directly. And then he hits the road, Wisconsin, Florida, over the next couple of days to try to drive his message home. Hallie and Tom.
Okay, Peter Alexander, for us at the White House, Peter, we thank you for that. We want to shift our focus over to the Republicans who are now in charge of the House. Garrett Haake is outside the House floor in Statuary Hall for us. And Garrett, GOP leadership was already pushing back on the president's speech earlier today. Let's take a look.
Tonight in his State of the Union, Joe Biden must answer for his failed leadership.
No amount of spin this evening will change the reality so many Americans are facing. They are worse off now than they were 2 years ago. That is a fact. Luckily,
the state of our union is struggling under the weight of President Biden's far-left extremist agenda that is hurting families across this country.
All right, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene was seen mockingly carrying a prop balloon on the Hill today. What are you hearing on the Republican side of the aisle tonight? Because it's interesting, Garrett. We heard Representative McCarthy earlier, and it didn't seem like he was striking the tone as some of his members.
He wasn't down with the balloon vibes earlier today. You know what I mean?
Well, look, McCarthy wants to project Republicans as the adults in the room here for these upcoming discussions about the debt ceiling. He wants to make sure that his party looks reasonable. That doesn't necessarily include Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is something of a professional troll within the Republican conference. As for the other criticisms you've heard Republicans level against the president more broadly and a lead up to this speech, the things that you heard from Steve Scalise there trying to paint Biden as kind of a far left operative, Republicans have been trying over the last 2 years, have not not been as successful, at least in terms of what we see in the polling. But going after Biden's stewardship of the economy has proven to be successful for Republicans. So, too, has been trying to paint him as weak on foreign policy. You saw it during the Afghanistan pullout, and you've seen it over the last week or so with the fallout from this Chinese balloon. I think that's part of the reason you've seen such an aggressive posture on that issue from House Republicans. They're going to really lean into that issue with the president. They want to see him be stronger on China, be a sort of a more strong leader in foreign policy in general. They see that as an opening to differentiate the House Republican majority from this Democratic president.
In about a couple minutes, Garrett, I know you have to go. You have to go sit in the actual chamber itself. You're going to have that headset. You're going to have your binoculars. You're going to be looking at the optics kind of in the room and the dynamics there. And it's going to be really interesting because who shows up is in many ways indicative of what policy points the president and will want to hit, right? And the way that Republicans are going to want to kind of rebut whatever the president's going to say. I'm thinking, Tom, of a family who you've talked to. The parents, for example, the mom and stepfather of Tyree Nichols, who will be invited as a guest of the president. The hero from one of those deadly shootings in California will be a guest of the First Lady here. Who else should we be looking for, Garrett, in the next couple of minutes as we'll start to see those images of the chamber beginning to fill?
Yeah, look, I mean, you mentioned perhaps two of the most important ones because they relate to policy goals that this president has. He has called for an assault weapons ban. He has called for more restrictions on the purchase of firearms. That's probably not going to get those. He's called for a police reform bill that the last Congress passed when the Democratic-controlled House failed to pass in the Senate. He's probably not going to get that. The other big guest that I'm going to be looking at tonight is the ambassador from Ukraine. Policy around Ukraine is going to be, I think, one of the defining issues of how this Congress and this president get along. I was watching the last State of the Union speech today as research in preparation for this one, and it's so striking to go back and look at that tape where every member who was in the chamber was wearing the Ukrainian flag. You had even Republicans standing up and giving a standing ovation for the Ukrainian people who were just then beginning their defensive war against Russia. The policy has changed. The partisanship has changed. Republicans are kind of starting to dig in against additional funding for Ukraine, at least funding without strings attached. How the president, focuses the country on that issue to maintain what has been bipartisan support going forward will be very interesting to watch. The presence of the Ukrainian ambassador, kind of a key totem, if you will, for the president as he tries to make that point that the American people are in this fight with the Ukrainian people.
All right, Garrett Haake for us. Garrett, we appreciate all that reporting.
We will see you many times throughout the course of the next 50 minutes or so. The economy, as we know, is going to be a talking point for the president. And based on a new poll, in some ways, he could be giving folks what they want.
Yeah, that poll's from Pew. Take a look. 75% of Americans say the number one priority for both the president and Congress this year should be strengthening the economy.
We saw that come out today on the heels of a stronger than expected jobs report last week. Kind of a rocket ship, honestly, between expectations and what we actually ended up seeing, with the unemployment rate down to 3.4%. Its lowest number in something like 5 decades.
Yeah, still despite all that, our latest NBC News poll finds a majority of Americans, 61%, disapprove of the president's handling of the economy. And with that, we want to bring in our friend Andrew Ross Sorkin, co-anchor of CNBC's Squawk Box. He joins me now. Andrew, there's a clear disconnect here, right? There is some good economic data. The market today actually finished on the up and up, which is always great.
Yeah.
But Andrew, on our show, Top Story, we've also done stories about people smuggling eggs from Mexico because the price of eggs are so expensive. So when you talk to people, they're saying, listen, I see the stats. I watch CNBC. I don't feel it in the supermarket.
And that is the opportunity and the challenge for the president this evening. You know, a gallon of milk, the average price is now about $4.20. That's what people feel at the supermarket. When he talks about unemployment being at 3.4%, when we talk about it being at 50-year lows, the last time we were at unemployment like this was 1969. Can he make that stat feel real? Can he make people understand what it felt like, not today, but actually what it felt like 2 years ago? You're going to hear him talk about creating 12 million jobs. He's going to use that line, and he's going to say, I created 12 million jobs, which is more jobs than any other president, not just in the past 2 years, but in 4 years' time. That's a statistic. And the question is, how can he describe this in a way that actually makes people feel it, again, at the same time that people are seeing headlines constantly about layoffs and the like from so many different companies around the country?
I mean, May of 1969, when Get Back by the Beatles was the top song in America. That's the last time we saw the jobs numbers where they are now. You know what I mean? And that's part of the key thing of this. We also heard just today from the Fed chair, who kind of gave some good news with an asterisk, with a caveat that, hey, things seem to be maybe on the right track, except we will probably still have to have some interest rate hikes. It adds to what you and Tom are talking about here, the idea that it is not a super crystal clear picture for folks who are feeling it in different ways.
Well, and that is the complication. And when you juxtapose what Chairman Powell from the Fed said this afternoon, literally just miles away from where the president's going to be tonight, yes, he said things were getting better, but inflation is still high. And in fact, if you really sort of looked at what he was saying, he is going to be raising rates and possibly continue to raise rates in a way that I'm not sure some economists and that the market necessarily wants longer term. So in a way, the president is competing with his Fed chair.
You know, Andrew, we haven't really talked about the R word, recession, a lot. We were talking about it a lot towards the end of 2022, soft landing, hard landing. I don't want to get there. That's too technical. That's for the CNBC audience. But where do you think we stand? I mean, do you think that a recession is imminent?
Good.
Look, I think that a recession is actually not imminent, and I think that's a very good thing, because if you go back and look 6 months ago, the conversation around where we would be now was the R word. I think the bigger question, and again, it's how the president portrays the economy. Today, things are directionally in the right place, no question. The real question is, come this summer, going into the fall, you talk to a lot of the CEOs of the big banks in America, and they say that you start to look at the cash balances of Americans, and they're starting to get lower and lower, more people using their credit cards than before. So that, again, clouds the picture. But we'll see how the president describes it all and how successful he is in articulating, frankly, the true success that he actually has had over the last 2 years.
Andrew Sorkin, great to have an expert, reporter, analyst, all of it like you here with us tonight. Good to see you. Thanks.
And last year, you may remember, the State of the Union took place just days after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. At the time, President Biden was quick to highlight his administration's commitment to do something. Since then, the U.S. has committed more than $29 billion in security aid, which includes dozens of highly sought-after M1 Abrams tanks, which was a game-changer in the aid programs.
And think about where we are right now, right? We are getting closer now to the one-year mark of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And the president, we're learning exclusively here at NBC News, according to multiple sources familiar with his visit, is expected to visit Poland later this month. Let's bring in our NBC News chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who is joining us now to talk more about this. And Richard, you know this well. You know this war, and it has been horrific. Thousands of deaths, millions of people who have had to leave their homes. And here we are with Russia now getting ready for a new offensive here. Talk about how important it is for people in Ukraine to see President Biden stand in front of members of Congress and stand in front of the American people and say, hey, we are with you still.
Well, this war isn't over. This country still is incredibly vulnerable to Russian attacks. The Russian attacks happen all day long, every single day. And a new Russian offensive, as you say, is not only anticipated, it is already beginning. Russia is intensifying its attacks along the front lines out here in eastern Ukraine. And without the support of the United States, without the support of this administration, Ukraine would not have been able to fight this long and would not be able to sustain this fight. And what's important for the Ukrainians to hear tonight, and I think a lot of them are going to be not listening in real time, but will be following it, and certainly the Ukrainian government will be following it, is the way that President Biden is expected to frame this conflict. He's expected to frame it is in a larger, broader context, in a fight between a fight for democracy, a fight between free nations, and a fight between authoritarian nations. And that is exactly how the Ukrainians see it. They don't see themselves as fighting a regional war with their old neighbor, Russia. They see themselves as part of a global struggle to stop expansionist Russia. This is the biggest land grab in Europe since World War II. We have a country moving across the border with its conventional forces with the goal of toppling another country. And Ukrainians say and expect President Biden to say that this is a threat not just to Ukraine, not just an issue out here in the far eastern edges of Europe, but that this is a crisis for world stability. And that is an important message that they believe the president needs to convey to the American people. who might be losing interest in this war, don't want to pay for this war, want to think of it as a problem over there, over here in this case, but that it's important to understand the wider historic consequences.
Yeah. Richard, I was watching your report earlier tonight, and you were in a town in Ukraine that was pretty much surrounded by Russian forces, Russian militia, if you will. And I was thinking about those tanks and what type of defense those tanks would bring once they get to Ukraine. The U.S., Germany, other NATO nations have promised these tanks. It's going to take a while. Will that be ultimately a game changer? And how long will it take for those tanks to actually get on the ground?
The tanks over time will be a game changer, but the town I was in earlier today is a town called Bakhmut. It is not far from here. It is further east than I am right now, and it is surrounded by Russian forces, Russian mercenaries on three sides. They have already pushed into the town, and they are trying to conquer this town with brute force and hoping to reverse a lot of Russian setbacks. The town itself isn't particularly strategic, but the Russians are putting all of their might in order to take Bakhmut as a symbol that Russia can have success in Ukraine, that these Russian mercenaries can fight differently according to different rules of engagement with particular brutality, and can force the Ukrainians back despite new weapons that are coming. So Ukrainians are deeply appreciative of the tanks. They're deeply appreciative of all the weapon systems that have been sent to this country and promised to this country. But the one thing they will tell you is they've had some frustration because the weapons have been coming in batches. Yes, the batches have been getting bigger. Thankfully for Ukraine, they would say the batches have been coming with some regularity. But they would like a lot more weapons to come in clusters and a lot more weapon to come soon, because they say this piecemeal approach is very difficult. One Ukrainian described it to me like this. They said, well, if we're trying to build a house, you just keep bringing one tool and then another tool and then another tool. The house never really gets done and you're always scrambling. So if they want more weapons, they would like them in much larger clusters so that they can use them more quickly on the battlefield and not have to wait for them to be doled out one at a time, with months separating the
and that has been the message from the Ukrainians from the get-go. Thank you for the aid. Thank you for the weapons. We need them right now. In fact, we needed them yesterday. Richard Engel and his team have done incredible reporting over the last year. Richard, we thank you for being part of this special.
Always good to see Richard Engel. Always good to see, too, what we have going on here with the control room wall up, right? These are the live shots coming in.
Now, let me tell you, folks, the pool cameras are not up yet in the room, right? So you're seeing, like, I think that's the White House there, maybe one of the shots that you're seeing, Stat Hall, I think. We know that the so-called pool, right, the group of reporters that travels with the president and who will be driving way behind him on the way up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol have gathered, which means we expect to see the president get on the road shortly. Can I just say, this is going to get a lot more interesting in about 10 minutes when we see more cameras, more shots, more stuff happening. And there it is.
The action's about to start.
That's
and
right.
We will be right back. Stay with us.
Legal filing today, and I want to cut through some of the weedsy stuff, and let's just get to the point. They have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Kelly, stop speaking Washingtonese. This bill would basically give health care to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not DC as possible. The increased sort of anger that we've seen now in politics. I saw you searching for, I think, your microphone, Dan. You are out.
I was trying to do it on the slide.
Live TV, man. It's okay.
We begin top story with that breaking news. This is just in. A lot of stories to get to. What do people need most right now? Did the state and or law enforcement drop the ball anywhere? Are we headed for a recession or a recovery? migrant families now stranded in Mexico. What's the World Cup experience been like? The civilian effort is not just about fighting, it's also about helping.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The big variable, the storm surge. How much water will ultimately be pushed inland? How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
How real is this going back to the moon? What our top story tonight? You guys okay?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. How you doing, Lester?
You are watching live now the Capitol building of the United States of America, and just about a mile down Pennsylvania Avenue. As you take a look now at the shot inside, a lot of people getting ready for a big primetime speech by President Biden, who is at the White House. You see it there, getting ready to depart. We think really in the next couple of minutes here, he's going to be making his way down in his motorcade, a common sight to folks in Washington, but taking on added importance on a night like tonight, Tom.
Yeah, and Hallie, as we look at that shot that was inside the Capitol, the shot of reporters on reporters on reporters, everyone's getting ready to talk about every single minute of what's happening, what Republicans are saying, what Democrats are saying, and someone who knows this process very well and what it's like to be inside the chamber and to be a member of Congress, one of our NBC News analysts, former congressman from Florida, Carlos Curbelo, a good friend to NBC News and a good friend of mine. Carlos, on these nights, I mean, what is it like? Are you talking to your colleagues? Are you talking to your constituents? Are you hoping to get into that front of the line so you could shake the president's hand? I know you didn't have the best relationship with former President Trump, but what's going on behind the scenes?
Tom, not every member of Congress will admit it, but this is a very special night for every representative and for every senator. There is a keen awareness of your relevance, your significance in the world as you walk into that chamber. The chamber is brighter than it typically is. It's almost converted into a television studio. And you know that not only are millions of Americans watching, but millions of people throughout the entire world are watching. People in foreign capitals, people in embassies, service members who are deployed overseas. Everyone has their eyes on that chamber. You know you're a part of history. You know you're a part of something special. So it's a big night for all of them. They just might not all admit it, especially those in the opposition party.
Well, that's part of it, right? And Congressman, you caught me sneaking a look at my phone here to see about any updates on what's going down as far as the White House, the president's departure, his arrival at the Capitol building. And you mentioned something interesting, the opposition party. We know that's going to be very visible with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, right? A Republican over the president's shoulder as part of the backdrop tonight, with the backdrop in front of him of a divided Congress for the first time. There are a number of investigations already. Look at what's happening this week alone. The president will deliver that State of the Union, leave the Capitol, and then there's going to be a hearing on this week, the so-called weaponization of government, for example, on the president's son, Hunter Biden, in addition to investigations on COVID, on border security, too. Jen Psaki was on with us earlier and said, hey, the president's not going to be talking about investigations or documents or any of that, but Republicans will be.
That's right, Hallie. But tonight is also an opportunity for Republicans. Republicans know why they underperformed in the last election. There was this perception that they were too far out of the mainstream, that they were radical, that they were too tied to former President Trump, to this populist movement that has really taken over the Republican Party. So I think McCarthy's going to do his best tonight to show that Republicans can be a constructive opposition, can be a loyal opposition, can be a sober opposition, despite the fact that he does have a significant number of members who obviously don't care for that and just want to call attention to themselves. That's the balancing act, the high wire act that Kevin McCarthy has to pull off tonight. He can't look like he's too accommodating or supportive of anything President Biden says, but at the same time, he's aware of those centrist voters who decide elections, and he has to show them that Republicans are willing to be constructive, that they're willing to be partners in government to the Democrats in the Senate and to the White House.
But Carlos, do you think times have changed? I mean, as we await the president any moment leaving the White House, I think about your time, as a congressman. You tried to be in the middle. You tried for bipartisanship. It was very tough for you. Can politicians who don't stick to the sort of extreme wings of their party still survive with elections every 2 years, every 6 years, and this sort of culture we have of viral politics?
Well, look, Tom, the politicians who had a more centrist message, who had a message with broader appeal, did do better in the last election. Those politicians that were more radical were punished. Now, of course, the problem that both parties have, but especially the Republican Party, is this primary trap. Usually the most radical candidates are the ones who do better in primaries, but then they can't win in the fall, in the general election. So we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, this is going to be continue to be tested in the coming years. We have an independent senator now in Kyrsten Sinema, who's likely going to run for re-election in Arizona. It'll be interesting to watch her reactions tonight. But yes, the country is at a crossroads. Are we going to elect centrist candidates who are willing to work across the aisle, or are we going to reward those candidates who make the most radical statements, the most outlandish statements, and who appeal to the more radicalized voters in our country?
We are seeing there, of course, Congressman Curbelo, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. We are seeing on the left side of your screen, of course, the door is opening, a little bit of action there at the White House. I want to keep that shot up. And if we can, let's pull up another shot of what's going down at the Capitol, because, boy, the room is filling up. The chamber is starting to fill. You've got these members of Congress, as the congressman talked about with you, Tom, starting to line up on those aisle seats. They want that shot to shake a hand. Ali Vitale is with us now, keeping an eye on all of it. And Ali, there is an element of the optical here, let's say. Who's sitting with who? Who's talking with who? We saw that moment during the speaker drama where controversial freshman George Santos was all by himself. It sounds like he's got more company tonight, huh?
Yeah, he got a prime aisle seat because, of course, we are watching with eagle eyes, as we always do, what's happening on the floor. And look, members show up sometimes very early to make sure that they can get a good seat along the aisle. They want to be able to shake the president's hand. And certainly that's what we're seeing, even as Biden himself walks out of the White House to begin exactly his journey here, just getting in the car and coming up here to see us up here on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, we're seeing
go ahead.
a smiling president, and of course the First Lady Joe Biden, Dr. Joe Biden, there as well, entering the limo as they head over to the Capitol. And he looked like he was okay. He was smiling. He didn't look nervous.
Chill, there's always interesting moments where you're like, okay, is the camera going to be able to see in through the window? And you sure see it there. You wonder, does he have does he have a marker? Is he going to be changing the speech on the way to the Capitol building? Some of that intrigue that we're talking about a little bit as he takes what is going to be a very quick ride down Pennsylvania Avenue and arrive at the Capitol. There's a lot of choreography involved in this, right? Timing, et cetera, when it comes to an event like this. And a lot of security too, Tom. I live here in D.C. There's fencing all up around the Capitol now that comes up this time of year.
And there's always a security guard outside the Hallie Jackson estate, right? Just to make sure things are okay there. No one's trying to get in. I do have some important reporting, though. I spoke with Ben Crump today, who's the attorney representing Tyre Nichols' family, and the parents of Tyre Nichols had dinner with the First Lady at the White House. Tonight. And they were, and I asked them, I said, do they understand sort of all the machinations on police reform as far as why nothing has happened? And they said they do. They met with the members of the Congressional Black Caucus, and that they were going to tell the First Lady, they were going to tell the members of Congress they met that they just want some meaning reform. They don't want Tyre Nichols to have died, their son to have died in the hands of police officers for no reason, for this just to go on, just like what happened after George Floyd. Everyone gets together, everyone wants change, and then things just stall.
I was speaking with Congressman Cori Bush from Missouri today, and Michael Brown Sr., of course, the father of Michael Brown Jr., who was killed in 2014 in Ferguson, Missouri. And members will be wearing, some of them, pins that say 1870, a nod to the first year that a black person was killed by police. And so the highlight, that is going to be a visual moment here as they look to highlight this issue. As you see, this is the motorcade going down. A lot of cars, a lot of security, obviously. The White House press pool, the reporters traveling with the president are in there. And some folks who know that press pool well are joining us here in studio. We've got Eugene Scott, senior politics reporter at Axios, Tara Palmieri, senior political correspondent for Puck, and Annie Carney, a congressional correspondent for the New York Times. And Annie, given that this is your beat, hat tip and a nod to you first. Walk us through, as we're looking at these moments here, the way that you see the president incorporating what Tom is talking about as it relates to police reform and these other issues that are important to him.
he's going there, he wants to talk about police reform. He wants to talk about abortion rights, a woman's right to choose. He wants to talk about passing an assault weapons ban. In addition to talking about the economy and growing on the strengths of what he's done so far, he wants to talk about how he hasn't forgotten about these big, important things he wants to do. The problem is that all three of those things I just mentioned are complete non-starters in this divided Congress. An assault weapons ban couldn't happen in the last Congress when Democrats controlled the House and the Senate. He has to, I wouldn't say it's lip service to those things because these are planks of the Democratic agenda, and he can't just not talk about them. But the idea, you'll see Republicans sitting on their hands for all of that. But that's, those are some of the things he wants to talk about tonight.
On that point, Eugene, how do you think the president tailors his message? Because he got those troubling poll numbers, right? Even among Democrats who don't want him to run in 2024, majority of Democrats. Do you think he changes that and he strikes a more progressive tone tonight?
Well, I know that he's going to make sure that his approach is far more bipartisan and not as divisive as perhaps he was during heading into the midterm elections when he really wanted to make sure that his party performed well. I don't think we're going to see a lot of the extreme MAGA Republican talk that we have heard previously because he does want to come off as being able to work together with people on the other side of the aisle. That's what he campaigned on in 2020. Moving in 2024, he's going to say that he still believes he's the best person to bring both sides together opposed to who he might be running against.
We are seeing, and I don't know if we have the shot of it, but the senators have assembled in the Senate chamber, which is on the other side of the Capitol building from the House. They're sort of processing over, and look at this. This is a live shot here. I think this is live. Vice President Kamala Harris, it is live, shaking hands with people. She is somebody who really understands this building. She knows it. She's had to be the tie-breaking vote many times before in this Congress. And look at this. Okay. Decorum.
Talk about bipartisanship right there. Or as we take our first look inside the chamber tonight, as we await the president, a friendly gesture, some smiles.
But an interesting and a different optic than we've seen when the president noted in his very first State of the Union 2 years ago that for the first time he was saying the words Madam Vice President and Madam Speaker. Obviously a very different situation here with Kevin McCarthy representing the Republican-controlled House. As we are seeing now some of the senators walking in, they have made their way over from the Senate chamber. I don't know if Ali Vitale is still here with us, but Tara, let me go to you because, we're seeing the dynamics at play as the president is making his way towards the building.
Right, and you're seeing the pins that people are wearing, right? I see a lot of pins in support of Ukraine. That's Amy Klobuchar wearing one. That's obviously support for Ukraine aid is a central issue that Joe Biden is going to be fighting for. And it's not surprising to see people from his own party, Democrats, unified behind him on that. And that's something that the GOP is split on. Many members are not sure whether to support more aid for Ukraine. And some, like Mitch McConnell, say that that's very important to protect American dominance on the
Tara, hold on. I just want to pause. It looks like Senator Romney and George Santos just had some words, and it did not look like they were good words there. Looks like Romney told him something as they were walking by. We obviously can't read lips, but we can read body language. It did not look like it was good, and Santos keeps sort of looking back over at Romney. Love to know what he said. Garrett Hake is in the chamber for us right now. It looks like Representative Santos, even though he is a pariah in the Republican Party right now because of all the lies that have come out since he won his election. Garrett, who's surrounding Santos right now? Because it looks like some people are standing with him.
Well, it's interesting. Santos was one of the first members to get into the chamber, and he staked out a seat right there on the aisle. I mean, his will be one of the first faces that Joe Biden sees when he comes into the chamber a bit later on. He's sitting with other members with whom he's kind of allied himself in recent weeks on the MAGA right would be the best way I could say it. It's Tom Massey to his immediate left in the gray suit. Chip Roy, who got a lot of attention during the speaker's fight, is the bald gentleman to his left. And around them are Matt Gaetz, Anna Paulina Luna, other members of that group of 20 who opposed Speaker McCarthy during the speakership fight and have been a thorn in his and in leadership's side throughout their tenures in Congress. Santos is not perhaps as ideologically aligned with them as he is kind of stylistically aligned with them in the sense that none of them are kind of card-carrying members of the traditional Republican Party. Santos has made common cause with many of those members. He's hired staffers from that orbit, and he has planted himself firmly in their midst and on that aisle. I saw the tail end of that interaction with Mitt Romney as Romney was passing by. Santos has his back to where I'm sitting and could only see Santos kind of recoil and turn to his colleagues as almost as if to say, did anybody else see what just happened there? Really an interesting moment, and I suspect we'll have more because he's shown no interest in removing himself from the center of the action here as lawmakers are starting to arrive.
I'm sorry, Garrett, I didn't mean to step on you there, pal. Interesting moments here, though, as we're just kind of calling out who we're seeing. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi there, and now current House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, really representative, and you saw the former Speaker with Steny Hoyer as well, of sort of the old generation, the former generation, and the newer generation of leadership inside the Democratic Party. You see in the blue jacket there, Senator Elizabeth Warren. You see Rick Scott. I mean, a lot of people are walking in here. We've seen Mitch McConnell chatting with Republican leadership on the Senate side as well. And I noticed Tim Scott, too, a senator who knows a thing or two about what it is like to deliver a response to tonight's speech, right? A State of the Union response, as he did a couple of years ago. We know that Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the governor of Arkansas, will be delivering the response, Garrett, tonight after the president speaks. And boy, based on what we've seen so far, she is expected to lean into some of these culture war issues that Republicans in this room, in this chamber, have been talking about now for a couple of years. Garrett, if you're still with us.
Language response that we're going to hear from.
Seems like there might be a little bit of a delay.
Okay. Forgive me there, guys. So I was just going to make the point that it's not just Sanders. The other official response from the Republican Party is Juan Ciscomani, who's a freshman member from Arizona, who's going to deliver the Spanish language response. The only thing that those two responses, based on the excerpts we've seen, have in common is they're both going to be delivered by 40-year-old members who are considered up-and-comers within the party. Ciscomani is going to lean into very much his personal story, an optimistic appraisal of what the Republican Party means and what it should look like. Sarah Huckabee Sanders' remarks, at least what we've seen from the excerpts, leaned very hard into culture war issues, talking about a crazy left, talking about fighting back against woke policies. Really a sharp-elbowed response to the current president's speech that's going to echo a lot of the former president's rhetoric in a way that I think is surprising, at least when you consider the last two people to give those responses. As you pointed out, Tim Scott 2 years ago, Kim Reynolds, the then newly elected Republican governor of Iowa last year, try to hit a more mainstream audience. I don't think that's what we're going to get from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, but her selection was sort of widely praised in Republican circles as somebody who's a future leader of the party, who can show a party that is younger, that might appeal to some of the female suburban voters that turned away from the party in the Trump years. We'll see the combination of message and messenger works following President Biden's speech. With that, I think what we see will be something of a sharp-elbowed speech there from Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
And Eugene, as we were all watching here, we also saw Senator Sinema walk in. She's sort of hard to miss tonight. And we also saw people who may be the future of the Republican Party, people like Senator Tim Scott, people like Senator Rick Scott, who may take on the former president on the Republican side.
To your point, Senator Josh Hawley.
Senator Josh Hawley right there walking in as well as some of our newer senators. The Republican Party right now, how aligned do you think they are with the former president? I mean, they all still want his base, but at the same time, it seems like they want to try something different.
Well, I think it depends on which chamber you're talking about, right? We know that the Senate is filled, it appears at least, with far more lawmakers willing to be compromising and working with people on the other sides of the aisle. And I think when you saw a number of senators entering the room, they seemed much more willing to greet people from their chamber on the other side of the aisle than we have seen maybe from the House, a group that Republicans are having their hard time of their own, even getting on the same page with people within their own party. But I think one thing that's worth paying attention to is so many of these responses to the president's speech, just like in previous years, seem to be tapping into demographics that the GOP knows they need to perform better with. Hispanic voters, women voters, people in the suburbs. When they've had Tim Scott, there was an appeal to improve their standing with black voters, because I think the GOP knows, as they have been reminded after the 2020 2022 midterms is that if they are going to be victorious, they cannot rely solely on their base and the more hard-right Trump-supporting voters in this country. They're really going to have to make some inroads into some other demographics.
Tara, you have your pulse on the campaigns usually. As we watch Senator Sanders, do you expect anything from Bernie Sanders in 2024? Do we expect any sort of hijinks or stealing anyone's thunder or causing trouble?
No, I don't think that we expect anyone legitimate to run against Joe Biden. And also the fact that he's moved the primary to South Carolina would make it almost impossible for someone like Bernie Sanders to make an entrance. And in that case, anyone who was going to challenge Joe Biden would probably make an entrance in New Hampshire. That seems unlikely. Obviously, Marianne Williamson is talking about challenging, but that's not going to go anywhere. I have to agree with Eugene. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see when the GOP stands in unison and applauds to the things that Joe Biden is saying. Do they agree, that a billionaire's tax needs to be implemented? Probably not, right? Are they going to clap when he talks about reinforcing Medicare and Social Security? And this is something that's divided in the party. So they may be looking to their own leader, Kevin McCarthy, for cues on when to clap and when to stand. But the party's really divided. I mean, a big part of the reason they even have a majority right now is because of moderate Democrats in New York. Are they going to stand? Or are they going to be sitting on their hands with the rest of the party? So I think it's going to be interesting to see how Republicans react to some things that are just universally popular or popular with parts of the Republican Party and not with others.
If you did a double take because you just thought you saw Bono in the chamber, you're correct. He's there. He's there as an invited guest of the president and first lady. And we've heard from the president on his way in. He was asked by members of the pool who were traveling with him how he's feeling. He's feeling good. No surprise there. And when asked the State of the Union, what he believes it is, he responded, great shape, getting better, which feels like an encapsulation in 4 words of the theme he is going to try to lay out tonight. I want to bring in now 2 of our strategists here on either side of the aisle. On the Democratic side, Maria Teresa Kumar, who is joining us now tonight for our special coverage, and Brendan Buck, of course, Republican strategist, NBC News analyst as well. It's great to see both of you. And Brendan, I will start with you only because you have had to staff speakers who have had to sit in the State of the Union chamber as the president has delivered the speech. Talk about what this moment is like for somebody like Kevin McCarthy, who you know well.
Yeah, I think it's a big moment for Kevin McCarthy. It's something that I think he's been waiting for 7 years now to become speaker and stand here and have this opportunity. When you're actually up there, though, I think the biggest thing you want to do is sort of blend in and not draw attention to yourselves. Paul Ryan said, the biggest thing he wanted to do was just drill a hole in the back of the president's head, just staring so deeply into it. And John Boehner actually tried to get then Vice President Joe Biden to agree that they weren't going to stand up and clap very often. So I think he's trying to play it cool, but I know this is a big moment for Kevin McCarthy. He's long sought himself as a top leader on the national stage, and I think this is probably he feels like it's a moment for himself.
Maria, if you could advise President Biden tonight, what's the one piece of advice you'd give him?
Brag. He has been able to create close to 12 million jobs coming out of pandemic, making sure not only that it's focused on our infrastructure, bringing back jobs to America, but focusing on national security type of infrastructure building. And I think that's incredibly important. And I also he should also remind the American people that he didn't do it alone. When he became president, he promised that he was going to do it in a bipartisan manner. And he's done it for the most part. And recognizing that while it has not been easy, he's been able to accomplish the majority of the things that he needed to do, and to remind the people that the biggest obstruction between he and passing the debt ceiling is going to be McCarthy.
I hate to rip myself away, but I have to do it because I got to run upstairs for our special coverage over on NBC News, the network side, anchored, of course, by Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie. I will see you there in just a couple of minutes. Continue the fun. I feel like you're leaving the dinner party right as it's getting good.
And you're just leaving as the motorcade has arrived to the Capitol. So we're following some breaking news as we are just moments away from the State of the Union address. We will say bye to Hallie for now. We'll see you in about 5 minutes, probably sooner than that, as we continue to look on the chamber here. Tara, I was talking to you earlier about the campaign in 2024. And as we look at House Speaker McCarthy and Kamala Harris, there was a report in the New York Times that Democrats are really concerned about the vice president and about her role within the Democratic Party. If something were to happen with President Biden, if she were to run, that she basically has had 2 years and it's still unclear of sort of the lane she's chosen. Has she been able to define her role as vice president?
Absolutely. I think because of Joe Biden's age, they are a package deal, probably unlike any other presidential ticket before. I think people are looking at her probably more critically and some cases because of her race and gender, but also there's a feeling that, Joe Biden will be 89 years old or 86 years old, at the end of his term, and her health and her stature and prominence in the administration is a big deal. When will her allies want to know, when will she have the opportunity to stand up and take on, an agenda item that's passable, not voting rights, which seems impossible, or, immigration, which has been a really difficult issue. So they really want an opportunity for her to shine. They've said, some people have said that given the opportunities, she's whiffed. But at the end of the day, it's a package deal, and he needs to, elevate his vice president as he runs for re-election. And I think, all eyes are on her tonight. She'll be doing what she's supposed to do, clapping and supporting him at all times. But the next 2 years are about showing that the two of them are a strong unit and together.
Annie, and just real quick with you, what are you hearing from your sources on Capitol Hill about all of this and whether Joe Biden will run in 2024 and if the party's behind him?
Oh, I think that a lot of people are looking at this speech as a precursor to his announcement, which is going to come in the spring. And you don't change out your running mate if you look strong. I mean, that's a sign of major weakness. So this is really kind of the kickoff of his expected re-election campaign, I think, is one way to view this speech tonight.
Yeah, he's going to have the biggest audience he's had in years. People are going to be tuning in to hear what he has to say and possibly what his argument is for 2024. With that, I do want to bring in our reporter, Ali Vitale, who's got some new reporting on the campaign and possibly what to expect in the next 2 years. Ali?
Yeah, Tom, of course, as we're waiting for Biden to make his own decision, there are machinations happening on the Democratic side of people just trying to keep their options open, because we're watching Republicans start to amass a pretty sizable field. At least next week, officially, we'll see Nikki Haley jump in, become Trump's first official challenger. But then we're also going to see Senator Tim Scott go on a listening tour through the all-important states of Iowa and New Hampshire. Others are going to be out there on the circuit. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, widely seen as the top challenger to Trump, is going to be going to key red state Republican Party events, specifically in Alabama and Texas over the course of the next few weeks. He's got a tell, which is that he's got a book coming out at the end of February. And so all of us, I think, know that that's usually a sign of someone who's trying to make their national aspirations known, at least in page-by-page form. So we'll certainly be looking to read that. But really, what Biden's decision right now is, and all of the sources that I talk to about this regularly say, is the downside to him just publicly weighing this decision, even though the assumption is that he will run again. The downside is that if for some reason he decides he won't, it freezes everyone else in place until then. There are several people in his cabinet. I know we often talk about Vice President Kamala Harris. I wrote about her in my book as someone who could make history and certainly has already made history with her place here. But there are others, including Pete Buttigieg and then several senators and governors who have aspirations in the presidential space and can't make any moves as long as Biden is still squarely at the center of all of this. And so he is really the linchpin, as most presidents are as incumbents, to this 2024 cycle. But I think one of the other things that I'll be looking for in this chamber is McCarthy this morning warned his members, the mics are hot, the cameras are on, which is effectively a way of saying, hey, he's trying to project that he is a rational voice here, especially going into these debt ceiling negotiations. He and Biden have done a lot to try to establish that they respect each other, that they will be the adults in the room. McCarthy warning his conference like that is really saying, I don't want any distractions here. So watching him with Vice President Kamala Harris, you can tell there's a kind of friendliness there, but it's a bit awkward and stilted. But watching McCarthy closely here, I think, is going to be really important, because Brendan is right. He's wanted this moment in the spotlight for so long. But at the same time, he's got the job of herding cats with a very wily conference here.
Our Ali Vitale for us as we watch the chamber almost completely full at this point. Andrea Mitchell, our chief White House correspondent and our chief of chief correspondents, as I said earlier. Andrea, you know the Bidens well, you know Joe Biden well, and you've covered a lot of presidents. Do you think the president has what it takes now to get 2 more years done in the White House, push whatever he has left through the legislative session, and then from there run for president again in a traditional format, not like what we had in 2020, which was sort of abbreviated and you could campaign from home and over Zoom?
I think it's going to be very challenging, and I think a lot of Democrats had that concern. But with the recent legislative victories in the last part of this past year, I think that he has got this momentum going in. The voters still are concerned about it. We know that from the polls, and a lot of people think that the age is a factor. But who else would there be? It doesn't seem as though there are any challengers, as we've been pointing out. And I think what he has to do tonight is to project that he is one of them, that he is, the guy who understands their problems. He can brag. He can talk about how inflation is receding, gas prices are down. There is hope. Recession is receding as a most likely possibility, although it's always a possibility. And he can talk about the foreign policy achievements and, of course, not try to talk about the Afghanistan withdrawal, which was one of the more devastating things that's happened to him during this term. He will not discuss the balloon. That he's not what he's going to talk about. He won't engage in the criticism. He's going to go high, if you will, above the balloon issue.
Will he discuss China? Do we expect him to talk about China?
Yeah, he will. He'll talk about the importance of the relationship. They are, going to try to reschedule that meeting. As I told you earlier, the Chinese would not accept a call from our defense secretary, which is the kind of freeze they put on our relationship. They wouldn't accept calls or meetings with the defense counterparts after the Pelosi visit to Taiwan. And now we also have the possibility, the likelihood that Kevin McCarthy is going to go to Taiwan and recreate that problem. But you have to look at this. The big picture is Bill Clinton and Joe Biden had similar poll readings, although Biden is lower on the economy. They were both at 45. Bill Clinton, at this time in his presidency, and then he won re-election in 96, he positioned himself in the middle of the party. He talked about, in the next year of his State of Union, the era of big government is over, memorably, and to the distress of some of his cabinet members who I was speaking to on the floor of the convention, who were not happy at all. They was talking about welfare cuts and, midnight basketball and small bore issues. But Bill Clinton did it and then won. And Ronald Reagan was at a very low point in his presidency, 35% at this stage in his first term, and he won by a landslide just 2 years later.
Yeah, Eugene, we were just seeing there the second gentleman and the other members. We have the Supreme Court justices now about to enter the chamber. As the entire chamber starts in applause, we see the Chief Justice leading all of them in as they walk one by one, of course, in their robes. Supreme Court Kavanaugh there, Coney Barrett, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Eugene, I was going to ask you about the guest tonight that the First Lady is going to have. We spoke about Tyree Nichols' parents. We also have Brandon Tsai. He was the hero in Monterey Park as well. The issues of policing, the issues of gun reform are going to be on hand for this speech. How important, and does the president have enough time to pass real reform when it comes to both those issues?
Well, he doesn't, considering who is in Congress right now. But what we have noted multiple times about this night is that it is a precursor to 2024. And what the president is going to do is try to communicate to the American public the issues that he would prioritize if he ran, again, which we know he will do, but if he's successful. And so police reform has to stay there. Taxing billionaires has to stay there. Ideas even like expanding the child tax credit and letting voters know, the voters who he's popular with, who still do view him pretty highly, that this is what he can move forward if they give him another chance. But also if they elect lawmakers in the Senate and in the House that support his agenda as well.
Annie, as we look at these Supreme Court justices, you can't help but think about what happened, right, over the last couple of years with Roe versus Wade and how that sort of changed this country and affected the midterms. And Democrats have told their constituents they're going to fight to protect women's rights, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, that was a blow to Republicans, too. I mean, the backlash over the overturning of Roe. I've talked a lot to Representative Nancy Mace. She's a quote-unquote moderate Republican who's saying we need to be nicer to women. Sorry, here comes the First Lady,
we see the
Jill
First
Biden.
Lady, Jill Biden walking in right now.
The Republican party has a problem with, voters thinking that they are not are not on board with how far the Supreme Court went on Roe. It's always strange to see Supreme Court justices on this night in this chamber on a completely partisan night when they have to sit there and be nonpartisan.
And Annie, as we look here, we just saw Paul Pelosi, the husband of former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, shaking hands. He, of course, was the victim of an attack by somebody who did not seem stable. That video was pretty shocking. I'm gonna pause here because I think they may start with a prayer, or they're going to begin. Actually, let's listen in.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
So we see the members of the President's Cabinet as they come in. And again, I got to say, Tara, I mean, people, we see Anthony Blinken, of course, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense right behind him. Both sides cheering on. Seems like there is, bipartisan, I don't know if it's happiness, but at least people are being cordial tonight.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's hard to tell if it's half the chamber cheering or, but there's a certain decorum, and I think there's an excitement in the room. It's interesting, I guess we'll figure out who the designated survivor is.
We just found out. It was actually, we found out the designated survivor is Marty Walsh, which is incredibly interesting since he's decided to leave the cabinet. But I don't know if that's an honor. I'm sure it is, but he served his time. He's going to move on to the NHL. So hockey, getting out of politics. Maybe I can make a joke here, getting out of one blood sport into another. But he's a designated survivor. I'm sorry, Tara, keep going.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say that. I mean, it's interesting, too, as we kind of wait to hear what Biden will do. He hasn't announced his reelect officially, even though our sources obviously tell us that he's planning to run again. But then you see, Pete Buttigieg walking in there. And
Secretary of Transportation.
Secretary of Transportation, very popular member of the cabinet. And he's polling ahead of Biden in New Hampshire polls. UNH recently had him polling ahead of Biden.
And you
in a
get
primary.
the sense he's ready to run if he were to be asked or if the opportunity was there.
Oh, yeah, because he ran already in 2020. So why wouldn't he also be, eager to run again if the opportunity were to arise? You see Secretary Raimondo, who recently said that, at some point she could see herself running for president as well. I mean, this is sort of the in-waiting of the Democratic bench right now, walking through.
And Eugene, interestingly enough, a lot of people were thought to have leave the cabinet before this, but a lot of people have stayed on. Do we know why?
Well, I think the thought has been from the White House that this administration got some key legislation passed these first 2 years, and these next 2 years are going to be spent trying to implement them. And so having a team that is stable and consistent and knows the vision of the White House will increase the likelihood of this being carried out. While this certainly has been somewhat record-setting, I think people are also comparing this stability to the Trump administration, where we saw people leaving at much higher rates.
Coming in and out, yeah.
Yes, and that was not the norm, even though it was very common. And so it'll be interesting to see not only how long will these cabinet members remain, but who could some of the new individuals be that could replace those who leave.
Eugene, Annie, Tara, Brendan, Marie, I see you guys over there as well. Thank you so much for all of your insight tonight. We want to thank all of our panelists and reporters throughout the night. Our special coverage continues right now with an NBC News special report. I'm Tom Llamas. Thank you so much for watching this part of the broadcast.
Tonight, President Biden and the state of our union. The president facing a Republican-controlled House for the first time as he lays out the challenges facing the country.
Americans under pressure with inflation taking a big bite and fears a recession is looming. Internationally, tensions rising with China over that spy balloon and with Russia over the war in Ukraine.
No peace. Here at home, policing in America in the spotlight once again after the beating death of Tyree Nichols. And the president's approval rating underwater as he gets closer to announcing a re-election bid.
The stakes higher than ever as the president tries to lay out his case that the state of our union is strong.
From NBC News, President Biden's State of the Union. Live from Washington, here are Lester Holt and Savannah Guthrie.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lester Holt here along with Savannah Guthrie. Just moments from now, President Joe Biden will enter the House chamber to give the State of the Union address. It comes with the president getting closer to launching a re-election bid.
Tonight could be the president's best chance to make his case to the nation that he deserves a second term, but he is facing major obstacles: inflation, looming House investigations, and big fears about the direction the country is headed in, both home and abroad.
Any moment now, we expect the sergeant at arms to announce the president's arrival. We have our full NBC News team here with us in studio: Kristen Welker, Chuck Todd, Hallie Jackson, as well as correspondents spread out around the world.
So let's get it started. We'll have NBC senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake lead us off. He's in the House chamber. We're already seeing the dignitaries arrive, members of the Supreme Court. Garrett, give us a lay of the land.
Well, Savannah, when President Biden arrives in the chamber in a minute here, he's going to see a very different chamber than in his previous speeches before Congress. First of all, this chamber is packed. There are no longer any COVID-19 restrictions in place. No masking, no social distancing, no requirements for testing, which means, unlike his previous two addresses to the nation, every seat will be filled. We are at standing room only at capacity. It could be a lively room, too, because many of those seats are filled with this new Republican House majority. When the president comes in through that center door, he's going to see the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, directly in front of him. Now, McCarthy and Biden have both praised each other so far. They have said they have worked well together so far. But McCarthy's members have been opening investigation after investigation into the Biden administration and into the president himself. They have been a thorn in his side in many ways, including an investigation or a hearing just today on the border crisis. There's really only one area of major agreement that they've even discussed, and that's the idea of confronting China more strongly, which has taken a back seat after the issue with the balloon over the last couple of weeks. So it could be a difficult room for President Biden. The good news, though, Speaker McCarthy warned his members this morning not to cause any kind of scene, that the lights are on, the cameras and mics are hot. He does not want to see any distractions today.
And President Biden about to enter the House chamber. Let's listen to the announcement from the House Sergeant at Arms.
The President of the United States.
President making his way into the chamber is being greeted all smiles right now. We'll see what it looks like at the end. But President on time, and we normally about 10 minutes of what you're seeing right now, greetings before we expect him to take the podium and begin his remarks.
A lot of pressing of the flesh. Often in history, certain members of Congress save those seats, want to get that FaceTime with the president. As Garrett mentioned, this is a different chamber he's facing. The first time he'll address divided government as president of the United States. Members of the cabinet are there, members of the Supreme Court, and we'll see some of those officials as the president makes his way to the podium. We want to turn to Peter Alexander, our White House correspondent, who has been talking to officials about what we can expect from this State of the Union. Hi, Peter.
Savannah, good evening to you. We just heard from the president as he left the White House a matter of moments ago. He was asked by reporters, what is the State of the Union? He said it's in great shape and getting better. But fundamentally, that is his challenge tonight, to try to bridge the gap between what has been strong economic news, the lowest unemployment rate in more than 50 years, inflation still too high, but certainly easing right now, and the dissatisfaction with the direction of the country from most Americans right now, who feel like the economy is not working for them. The White House believes that its policies, the president's accomplishments, are popular, but that Americans don't even know exactly what they are. They hope he can communicate that directly to Americans tonight, with the takeaway being that Joe Biden has your back. He will say jobs are coming back and pride is coming back. Watch him use 2023, in the words of one White House official tonight, as the year of implementation, to try to put all of those efforts into effect. I've been struck by reading the excerpts ahead of tonight's speech. This looks like the president's going to try to sort of lower the temperature tonight, effectively staying away from those attacks on MAGA Republicans, instead saying that there is no reason that we can't work together on some of the topics they hope to get done. Those bipartisan issues like opioid addiction and combating cancer. Of course, for this president, the stakes are very high right now, not just for his administration in this term, but for his presidential future. This, in many ways, is the unofficial kickoff to 2024, where, among other things, his job tonight will be to try to convince Democrats that he's prepared for another 4 years. So
and it's not, of course, Peter, not just domestic issues, but tonight's State of the Union comes amid rising tensions with China over that spy balloon. Andrea Mitchell is NBC's chief Washington and chief foreign affairs correspondent. Andrea, some revisions to the president's speech, we understand, regarding China.
Indeed, I'm told the president is expected to talk about the importance of the strategic relationship with China and standing up for sovereignty, but he is not going to talk about China's spy balloon or defend himself against Republican criticism like today's from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell that the country learned on President Biden's watch. He said, "The state of our union is apparently under Chinese surveillance from our own skies." The president will mention that Defense Secretary Austin was just in the Philippines to expand U.S. bases there as a deterrent to China. And the Pentagon says China's defense minister refused a call from Austin after the shootdown. As the president speaks to Congress, the Navy and Coast Guard are continuing tonight the round-the-clock search for debris in the waters off South Carolina. And for the first time, a Chinese balloon. By the way, this is not the first time that a balloon from China has crossed into U.S. airspace. They just discovered it had happened 3 times under President Trump and once previously under President Biden, but never before for this duration. And it was not known until now. And NBC News is reporting tonight the administration is working to declassify how China sent balloons to spy on dozens of other countries as well. Lester?
And we saw the president just a moment ago with members of the Joint Chiefs offering a salute to Chairman Milley, and now the president making his way to greet Kevin McCarthy, the new Speaker of the House, who will be looking over his shoulder. And Chuck Todd, reading the themes of this speech, this idea of unfinished business, this reads like the beginning of a 2024 campaign for this president.
Well, it should. I mean, this is an opportunity that he's going to have. Not many opportunities. You get 30 million people, even supposedly fewer than before. 30 million. Nowhere else you're going to get 30 million. So he ought to be starting to test out his reelection themes.
I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You can smile. It's okay.
But they've all but said he's running.
You would assume that how he's going to talk about what he did in those first 2 years, if it's all about implementation, well, that sounds like a real act.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress. By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of our military, Chief Justice, Associate Justice, and retired Justice of the Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. You know, I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Speaker, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you. And I want to congratulate the new leader of the House Democrats, the first African-American minority leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest-serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch? congratulations to Chuck Schumer, another term as Senate Minority Leader. I think this time you have a slightly bigger majority, Mr. Leader. You're the majority leader. About that much bigger? Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Folks, the story of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never, ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country that has emerged from every crisis we've ever entered stronger than we got into it. Look, folks, that's what we're doing again. 2 years ago, the economy was reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs. More jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years because of you all, because of the American people. 2 years ago, COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much, and today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in civil war, and today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken. As we gather here tonight, we're writing the next chapter in the great American story, a story of progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes, we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. It came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came together to pass the most significant law ever, helping victims exposed to toxic burn pits. And in fact, it was important. And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming president. From reauthorizing the Violence Against Women Act, the Electoral Count Reform Act, the Respect for Marriage Act that protects the right to marry the person you love. And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think folks, you all are as informed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting, power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view. For decades, the middle class has been hollowed out. And not one administration, but for a long time. Too many good-paying manufacturing jobs moved overseas. Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. And along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down, Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. I know a lot of you always kid me for always quoting my dad, but my dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. He really would say this. It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, folks, so let's look at the results. We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low. A near record unemployment. Near record unemployment for black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, through help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Folks, Inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years, a record 10 million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million. And by the way, every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have access to capital and the historic laws we enacted that are going to just come into being. Standing here last year, I shared with you a story of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything from cell phones to automobiles and so much more. These chips were invented in America. Let's get that straight. They were invented in America. We used to make 40% of the world's chips. In the last several decades, we lost our edge. We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what happened during the pandemic when chip factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips, each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up. People got laid off. So did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act. Folks, I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created 800,000 new manufacturing jobs without this law, before the law kicks in. With this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country, throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio, Intel is building semiconductor factories on 1,000 acres literally a field of dreams. It's going to create 10,000 jobs, that one investment, 7,000 construction jobs, 3,000 jobs in those factories once they're finished. They call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000 a year, and many do not require a college degree. Jobs. Because we work together, these jobs where people don't have to leave home to search for opportunity. And it's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses. So much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors, Democrats and Republicans, and they'll tell you what this means for their communities. We're seeing these field of dreams transform to the heartland. But to maintain the strongest economy in the world, we need the best infrastructure in the world. And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world in infrastructure. We've sunk to 13th in the world. The United States of America, 13th in the world in infrastructure, modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back because we came together and passed a bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. And folks, already we've funded over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal. And folks, we're just getting started. We're just getting started. And I mean it sincerely. I want to thank my Republican friends who voted for the law, and my Republican friends who voted against it as well. But I still get asked to fund the projects in those districts as well. But don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the groundbreaking. Look, this law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River, built 60 years ago, badly needed repairs, one of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, I've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans, and from both states, to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you? Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron Workers Local 44, known as the Cowboys in the Sky. The folks who built Cincinnati's skyline. Sarah said she can't wait to be 10 stories above the Ohio River building that new bridge. God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into 10 million homes in America, 400,000 school and child care centers. So every child in America can drink the water instead of having permanent damage to their brain. Look, we're making sure that every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized for this, but I make no excuses for it, we're going to buy American. We're going to buy America. Folks, and it's totally consistent with international trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933, but for too long, past administrations, Democrat and Republican, have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards that require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, and American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks, my economic plan is about investing in places and people that have been forgotten. So many of you listening to me tonight, I know you feel it. So many of you felt like you've just simply been forgotten. Amid the economic upheaval of the past 4 decades, too many people have been left behind and treated like they're invisible. Maybe that's you watching from home. Remember the jobs that went away. You remember them, don't you? The folks at home remember them. You wonder whether the path even exists anymore for your children to get ahead without having to move away. Well, that's why I get that. That's why we're building an economy where no one's left behind. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America and make a real difference in your lives at home. For example, too many of you lay in bed at night like my dad did, staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's name happens if your spouse gets cancer or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interest to bring healthcare costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you in this chamber do, and in the audience. But every day, millions need insulin to control their diabetes so they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It cost the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging and all, you may get up to $13. But Big Pharma has been unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars, $400 to $500 a month, making record profits. Not anymore. Not anymore. So many things that we did are only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed the law to do it, but people didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. People are just finding out. I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who do not or are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Folks, the big pharma's still going to do very well, I promise y'all. I promise you they're going to do very well. This law also caps and won't even go into effect until 2025. Costs, out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10,000, $11,000, $14,000, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. If drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money, it cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars. Because these prescription drugs are drugs purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment to the seniors. Well, guess what? Instead of paying $400 or $500 a month, you're paying $15. That's a lot of savings for the federal government. And by the way, why wouldn't we want that? Now, some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, if you try anything to raise the cost of prescription drugs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, saving millions are saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage of Medicaid. Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, as I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBEW workers. And we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy-efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren, to confront it. I'm proud of how America, at last, is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while, But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin. Look, I'm a capitalist, but pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, it's simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them. 15%. That's less than a nurse pays. And I need to be crystal clear. I said at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less than $400,000 will pay an additional penny in taxes. Nobody, not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do. We have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 in the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look. I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported its profits? Record profits. Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells, all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade. And that's going to exceed and beyond that. We're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding their CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments. They'll still make considerable profit. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy tax cheats. That's being fiscally responsible. In the last 2 years, my administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion, the largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. No, I tell you, I enjoy conversion. You know, it means if Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. Look, folks, the idea is that we're not going to be moved into being threatened to default on the debt if we don't respond. Folks, so folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be stopped. All right. We got unanimity. Social Security and Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck they started. So tonight, let's all agree, and apparently we are, let's stand up for seniors. Stand up and show them. We will not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare. Those benefits belong to the American people. They earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their plan as well. I really mean it. Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription. Look, capitalism without competition is not capitalism. It's extortion. It's exploitation. Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill that cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Pass the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage. My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We've reduced exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8. Look, junk fees may not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost you up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts. The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for a family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage. Americans are tired of being. We're tired of being played for suckers. So pass the Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long, workers have been getting stiffed, but not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements for the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth. And I must tell you, this is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act, because businesses have a right, workers have a right to form a union. And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage. Let's make sure working parents can afford to raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things, we increase productivity. We increase economic growth. So let's finish the job and get more families access to affordable, quality housing. Let's get seniors who want to stay in their homes the care they need to do so. Let's give more breathing room to millions of family caregivers looking after their loved ones. Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care and services they need. And support the workers who are doing God's work. These plans are fully paid for and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it, universal in the last century, We made the best educated, best paid, we became the best educated, best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to out-compete us. Any nation that out-educates is going to out-compete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of the 21st century. We want to have the best educated workforce. Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities starting in high school. Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks, in the midst of the COVID crisis, when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up, and soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving, children orphaned. Empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then, we've recovered billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars from the American people. And the data shows that for every dollar we put into fighting fraud, the taxpayers get back at least 10 times as much. It matters. It matters. Look, COVID left its scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome. We had to bury Tyree last week. As many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children, I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to tell them, if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's mother shared with me when I spoke to her. When I asked her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out. The faith of God, she said her son was, quote, a beautiful soul, and something good will come of this. Imagine how much courage and character that takes. It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing. Neighborhoods free of violence. Law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop, when they pin on that badge in the morning, has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely. Equal protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much, to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk and they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need. Hold them to higher standards. Help them succeed in keeping us safe. We also need more first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges. More resources to reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs. More investment in housing, education, and job training. All this can help prevent violence in the first place. And when police officers or police departments violate the public trust, they must be held accountable. With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true. Something good must come from this. Something good. And all of us, folks, it's difficult, but it's simple. All of us in this chamber, we need to rise to this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts that we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did. Passing the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades. That includes things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero. Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side. His mom's side when she was dying from cancer. And Brandon now works at the dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close, and he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestled a semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed 11 people in another dance studio. 11. He saved lives. It's time we do the same. Ban assault weapons now. Ban them now. Once and for all. I led the fight to do that in 1994. And in 10 years, that ban was law and mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again. We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the People's House, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right and the Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade. Give every woman a consular right. The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive health care and safeguard patient safety. But already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength is not just the example of our power, but the power of our example. Let's remember the world's watching. I spoke in this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. A murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, a test for America, a test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? We stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Will we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people. Tonight, we're once again joined by Ukraine's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here, united. We're united in our support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? Thank you. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office, the story was about how the People's Republic of China was increasing its power and America was failing in the world. Not anymore. We made clear, and I made clear in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition, not conflict. But I will make no apologies that we're investing to make America stronger. Investing in American innovation and industries that will define the future that China intends to be dominating. Investing in our alliances and working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression. Today, we're in the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Look, let's be clear. Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never. Well, when I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but never believed it. That's why a year ago I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law, making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed the Heath Robinson PACT Act, named after the late Iraq War veteran whose story about exposure to toxic burn kits I shared here last year. I understand something about those burn pits, but there's so much more to do. We can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared a story all too familiar to millions of Americans and many of you in the audience. Courtney discovered pills in high school. It spiraled into addiction and eventually death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse pain." Yet their family has turned pain to purpose, working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it. So let's launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale and trafficking with more drug detection machines, inspection cargo, stop pills and powder at the border. Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more on mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma, we owe them greater access to mental health care at their schools. We must finally hold social media companies accountable for experimenting they're doing running children for profit. And it's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online. Ban targeted advertising to children and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford the rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here of the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than all the people being killed in the wars. Folks, VA is doing everything it can, including expanding mental health screening, proven programs that recruits veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need. We got to do more. And fourth, last year, Jill and I reignited the cancer moonshot that I was able to start with President Obama asked me to lead our administration on this issue. Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and the daughter of immigrants from Panama. They met and fell in love in New York City and got married in the same chapel Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter, Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, giving a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. And he read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl. It meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month. They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House tonight if she's not asleep already. For the lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost, let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought big. He thought large. He moved. I believe we can do the same thing with cancer. Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. For the last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie assailed and unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong, as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up. But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fundamental right. Honor the results of our elections, not subvert the will of the people. We have to uphold the rule of law and restore trust in our institutions of democracy. And we must give hate and extremism in any form no safe harbor. Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point, one of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. We have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. We're good people. The only nation in the world built on an idea. The only one. Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity. But we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us, is created equal in the image of God. A nation that stands as a beacon to the world. A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, Because the backbone of this nation is strong. Because the people of this nation are strong. The State of the Union is strong. I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
President Biden, in a roughly hour and 15-minute speech, the State of the Union, is not the only voice in that chamber tonight. He got some words of encouragement from the left side of the aisle and some words of criticism from the other side of the aisle tonight, but seemed to, at times, relish mixing it up, at other times seemed to be a little taken off guard.
Well, it was an energetic, speedy, a boisterous crowd, at times unruly, but it was a spicy State of the Union, a very energetic crowd. Chuck Todd.
Look, I thought he was pretty disciplined. I thought the messaging was disciplined. I just was writing this down. He was very much focused on a lot of middles, right? The middle class, the middle of the electorate, the middle of the country. He was really trying to sort of be his identity. He likes to think of himself as Scranton Joe. And I think he really delivered a speech that he believes is who he is, right? Talking about speaking in American, right? Not speaking in Washington speak, spending more time on junk fees than the fight on the border, spending more time on some of those, on a lot of domestic issues and talking about overseas, which in Washington, that may be, some people may say, oh, you should have done more on this and more on that. But this was a case where you could tell they decided they were speaking to voters across the country. They weren't speaking to pundits, and they weren't speaking to foreign policy analysts.
Kristen Welker, let me turn to you. At times, well, first of all, he came out and was extraordinarily gracious to Republican leadership, noting them, congratulating Speaker McCarthy. At times, he seemed to have Republicans singing out of the Democratic playbook.
That's right. So there was this really notable moment, Lester, to your point, and you're absolutely right, that I can tell you Democrats are seizing on, which is when he talked about the fact that he will protect Medicare and Social Security. And he had a back and forth with Republicans in the crowd who disagreed with him audibly when he said that some Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security. They said, no. And he said, okay. And I can tell you that top Democrats are texting me now and saying that they thought that was one of the strongest moments of this speech, because, as one person said to me, for anyone questioning his lucidity, he was sharp and quick with the GOP in that moment. So expect them to tout this in the coming days. I would say, why is that significant? Because our latest poll shows 28% believe that Biden is mentally and physically healthy to be president. So that was one of his important goals, I think, tonight, was to deliver a feisty, strong message.
Yeah, I think that the White House hoping that he would be that vigorous presence at this podium tonight. Talking about a vigorous presence, I think some of the members of Congress in the audience, Hallie, certainly ate their Wheaties this morning, had a lot to say, pro and con. And we saw moments where Kevin McCarthy, the speaker, was shushing some of the Republican members. So what was the dynamic there?
Which fits what he told them this morning, apparently, where he said, hey, cameras are on, mics are on. And Kristen, I love how graciously you phrased how some Republicans disagreed with him in the audience. When he was talking about Medicare and Social Security, they straight up called him a liar. We heard Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene say that, along with other Republicans, multiple times here. Now, that is an issue, and not to get in the weeds about it, but that was proposed by one Republican senator last year, was immediately rejected.
Pretty major Senate race. It was Ron Johnson in Wisconsin.
Well, Rick Scott in his policy paper talked about the sunsetting.
So it's multiple senators.
Mitch McConnell came out and immediately said, we're not doing that. Even Rick Scott then distanced himself from his own proposal a couple of months later. So the dynamics there are one where the president did kind of, get Republicans to give him a standing ovation in this moment. We did see some of these Republicans eat their Wheaties, and it was almost a back and forth. And I'll tell you, President Biden didn't seem to hate it. at some points kind of engaging with the Republicans in the audience here. Again, we keep talking about this,
He
but
kept
it's
saying,
important.
look it up, look
he
it up.
kept saying, look at it. His first speech in front of a divided Congress like
It was
this.
such an interesting moment. It's worth zeroing in on because here the president has set out to set this bipartisan tone. And here was the first moment where he's going to make kind of a partisan attack. And he even said, look, it's not all Republicans. It's just some of you.
He almost like apologized before
he
leveling
put a
the
disclaimer
attack.
on it.
Yeah.
And then he said, some of y'all want to cut Medicare and Social Security. That's when it erupted. Republicans are saying, no, that's a lie, so on and so forth. And then, this is where I think some of those top Democrats are glad that he turned that lemon into lemonade by saying, well, it sounds like we all agree we're not going to touch Social Security and Medicare.
Let's listen in a little bit of what the president's saying as he works his way out.
Memphis needs everything it can get. I know we got problems.
Anyone who was engaged with this president knows he likes to talk.
No.
He likes to hold court. And
he should feel. Look, I think he should feel pretty good. I think this is his. There's the bar, whatever you want to call it, about expectation bar. This was the best version of Biden that we've seen in this iteration of Biden. In this moment, I thought in that sense he did his look. He's going to have his stumbles because that's who he is. It's sort of like George W. Bush had his things and Reagan had his things. I think they've become sort of a thing almost where they don't. I don't think they have the negative impact.
Chuck, you're saying he was at his political center. This is his political identity.
Where he's
middle class Joe,
right.
Bipartisan. Mitch McConnell is my friend. He just said it again last week, even though Mitch McConnell torched him on China this morning. This is where he wants to be, and he thinks this is where Americans want him to be, reaching across the aisle and trying to work together to get something done.
He thinks this is why he won. Right. He believes this is why he won. This is why he's president in that moment, that's the deal he cut with the middle. Now, there are some that are questioning whether he's always got his eye on the ball with that group of voters. But tonight, I thought he was speaking to that group.
President speaking to members of the Supreme Court now.
Retired members.
Yes.
It's justices, retired justices Kennedy and Breyer.
This is who he has been for the last. This is who he is. This is what he campaigned on, right? This is the kind of president he's wanted to be for the last 2 years. I spoke with one Democrat who was in that room there before the speech. Who said he wanted to see a vigorous speech from President Biden, and says, he didn't back down right after the speech. That was the kind of speech they wanted to see. Republicans, I think, would have wanted to hear more about common Republican talking points that I think you will hear in the response in just a little bit, including on the border and immigration. This is a big issue, and this is, again, a moment where we saw Republicans get extremely animated when the president started talking about the opioid crisis and fentanyl, and you heard Republicans push back and say it's the border, and at one point somebody else,
Let's get some reaction now from NBC's senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Haake, who was in the chamber for the president's speech, clearly in a position to pick up some of the back and forth we heard. Garrett.
Yeah, Lester, certainly the most interactive State of the Union I've ever covered. You guys touched on the remark that the president made about Social Security, which clearly seemed designed to kind of trap Republicans into a policy position he could then work off of. But there were some of those other heated exchanges with Republicans, particularly on the border, as Hallie was pointing out, chance of secure the border. Marjorie Taylor Greene repeatedly chanting that the president was a liar. She said at one point that China is spying on us. Democrats gave as good as they got here. You also had that side of the chamber loudly cheering on the president, kind of working a call and response dynamic. And some of this energy even began before the president came into the room. There was an exchange that caught my attention and a lot of eyes in the chamber when Mitt Romney was coming down the center aisle. He exchanged words with George Santos, the freshman Republican congressman who's been caught up in so much controversy. Romney told Santos that Santos should not be a member of Congress. Santos responded to Romney in some degree, Romney telling our Senate producer Frank Thorpe that he didn't even hear what Santos said back to him. But Romney kind of with that strong rebuke of Santos, whom he has publicly rejected in the past, but came face to face with when Santos was in an aisle seat. So even before the president came into the room, a charged atmosphere here for the first packed house State of the Union speech for this president. Every seat filled, standing room only in the galleries and in the chamber, Lester.
Yeah, and Garrett, as you were speaking, we were showing that video of that encounter between the two men there, and then
his constituents, some of them, showing up on Capitol Hill today to protest against him. That's right.
To protest
to say we don't want him in Congress.
But interesting, because here Mitt Romney, a senator, just taking the opportunity. We're not lip readers, but there's been some reporting that he said something about him being an embarrassment and doesn't belong
I feel like
here.
Mitt Romney's becoming our political ombudsman for America these days. He's sort of like not knowing that he's not. He's just going to call it.
We definitely gave him the death stare.
Yeah,
and I
did.
think it shows the divides not only within the chamber, but within the Republican Party. And that is part of what Speaker McCarthy is grappling with as he moves forward, not just with these investigations, but with wanting to move some legislation forward himself. I do think one of the most notable moments tonight was the moment with Tyree Nichols' family, when the president called for police reform, when he marinated in that moment and that emotional appeal and emotional call. If you talk to lawmakers on Capitol Hill, they say realistically not a lot of hope that something gets done, but clearly he wanted to make that a strong moment.
But describing the talk that African American families have had to have with their children, and noting that he would never have to, have done the same with his own.
I will just say, going back to your point, the tiny amount that he spent on the border almost felt like. I mean, I get why he didn't. He doesn't have a lot to say that's going to please a lot of people. So if you don't say that much, and so he didn't say that much. But I think the fairest criticism is going to be, boy, he didn't have much to say about the border.
Well, one of the biggest, arguably the biggest story of the week, the balloon, was reduced to essentially, one line. We made it clear if China's threatens our sovereignty, we'll act to protect our country. That was it.
But that jives with what the administration has been signaling, which is, and what the president has wanted to prioritize, which is these domestic issues. That's what they think the American people are focused on. This speech, I mean, I bet it was 80% domestic issues, 20% foreign issues, and they want this speech to stand the test of time and be larger than any one issue that may be the story of du jour in Washington. Although clearly the Chinese satellite balloon, the surveillance balloon, presents a huge issue for national security.
And Savannah, this is where we started the conversation tonight, with this disconnect, this challenge that the president is facing, the fact that 71% of Americans believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction. And what is their top concern? The economy, the money in their pocketbooks, the fact that he's passed all of this legislation that they do not feel. And so the question becomes about implementation of his policy.
You heard the president nod to that, right? When he talked about, well, food prices are going down. People are feeling it, right? We all know how expensive eggs are getting. One of the things that's so interesting to look at here, too, is you see the president walking through the chamber. There's a lot of this that is policy and politics as we look at him setting the stage for 2024. Some of it is optics, right? It's the visuals that we're seeing. We just showed that George Santos Mitt Romney moment. It's what people are wearing, for example. And in Savannah, you talk about the issues that the president wants to get across domestically, like police reform. Did you see some of the pins that a lot of those members were wearing? 1870, a reference as we talk about Tyree Nichols' family being in the audience, a reference to the first known police killing of an unarmed free black man in this country. I spoke with Michael Brown Sr., the father of Michael Brown Jr., earlier today, who's in the room there. And this is something, one of the many domestic issues, right? One of the key ones that lawmakers, Democrats in the room, really hope there is some progress on, even in a divided Congress.
And another opportunity that he took to strike that middle ground to the extent he could, where he said most police are good and we need to give them more resources and we ask too much of them. So once again, he's trying to straddle this middle ground in an increasingly polarized country.
Oh, and I thought he kept expectations reasonable on that of what could actually get done. By the way, if you're looking for the re-election theme, I think we know what it is, or at least what the speechwriter meant it to be, which is, let's finish the job. And you can almost picture how that is. Oh, why does he want a second term? He wants to finish the job. You could tell if there was any hint it was that. Now, you might argue in the way he delivered it, he didn't deliver that phrase, which was all over the speech. Let's finish the job. He didn't hit it probably the way the speechwriter maybe thought he would hit it. But I do think if you're looking for your 2024 hint, that phraseology.
Well, he came out with a tremendous amount of energy at a level we have rarely seen him. I mean, the bullet pace at the beginning, I think we were all looking at the speech thinking we're going to be out here in 20 minutes. But then he throttled it back.
And 12 different references, by the way, at least in the written text, to let's finish the job, 0 to MAGA Republicans. Now, when he goes out on the trail, that's going to change. He's going to be in Wisconsin and Florida, 2 key battleground states, so he might get a little bit feistier and a little bit less bipartisan.
The president is soaking in the moment. There we have
McCarthy and
second
it's a long way away from a Speaker of the House ripping up a speech. Like, we are at a different.
And I was just going to point out that we're watching President Biden slowly soak up the moment, press the flesh, talk to folks as he leaves the chamber. We'll stay with these shots, and then we're expecting in a few moments to hear from newly elected Governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who will deliver the official Republican response. It's interesting about McCarthy and what you're just saying there, Chuck, because, you know, McCarthy and President Biden had their first meeting at the White House last week, and no one's going to say that there was kumbaya and you know, the peace pipe being smoked, but the signals from both sides was sort of positive. It wasn't as contentious and bitter as I think either one expected.
They're the same guy, meaning they're the same political creature. And I say this with respect to both of them. When you think of the stereotype backslapper, the guy that pulls you over and, hey, can't we work this out? That's who Kevin McCarthy is. That's who Joe Biden is. Like, that's so now neither one of them have political bases that will reward them for that behavior. So they both, I mean, you can even tell Kevin McCarthy felt like was deciding, I'm not going to stand up too many times and clap. Like, you know, I got to keep track.
He's going to shake his head, but then he's going to shush also, right?
But I do think the two of them, they may be from opposite parties, but they're the same sort of type of power.
We do a lot of tea leaf reading, and when they came out of that meeting, both struck an optimistic note, which you never know quite what to make of that in Washington. However, the reporting bears out that they are really looking to work together, particularly on this issue of the debt limit.
And Kristen, you and I were with the Speaker today.
Yes.
It was off the record, granted, but he did repeat some things he said publicly about his respect.
Absolutely.
For the president.
And he level set that vibe check pretty early on in the day, right? Not just with that warning to his members that you will always be watched, but even coming out and saying, you know, Chuck, you referenced that. I remember sitting here with you and Nancy Pelosi tore up that speech at the State of the Union after former President Trump was done. He said, I'm not going to be doing that. We are going to set a respectful tone. Now, as we've said, some of his members were extremely vocal in ways that we just don't often see in these kinds of really formal settings. And it was interesting to see him strike the balance, right? Clap sometimes, shush sometimes, and see how that went.
Well, there was that very stark moment where it did somewhat seem to throw the president, or perhaps he was just trying to hear what was said when he stated that 70,000 had been killed from fentanyl, and someone yelled out, "It's your fault." That was a moment that was quite jarring in the chamber.
And I think it jarred him. That one took him, but he engaged on some of those. That one.
Sure, I was thinking Vice President Kamala Harris, who had a visible reaction.
You know, the first time this happened, Joe Biden was sitting where Kamala Harris was. The first time we saw somebody do this at a State of the Union, right? Joe Wilson did this to Barack Obama, and it rattled everybody. What's interesting is that, like, this time, everybody kind of was prepared. Well, you know, this could happen. And you can tell at least he knew it was coming. And that's why I think in some of these moments he handled it really well, turned it into a positive with the Social Security business. And, you know, as someone wrote to me, it was British Parliament. It almost kind of worked on television.
Well, maybe this is the new normal.
Social media has created a lot of political stars. I think this is the world we live in.
And I think that's where the preparation of this speech comes in. And talking to White House officials, he practiced extensively at Camp David over the weekend with his top advisors, preparing for these moments because he's potentially on the cusp of launching his re-election bid and couldn't afford a misstep.
President nearing the door here.
Looks like he's FaceTiming with a member of Congress's friends and family. There you go.
This is called the long goodbye.
It's the longest of the goodbyes. There's also this interesting moment that we're about to see here that's sort of fitting with the speech that we just heard. He's coming up to two leaders of the Problem Solvers Caucus, Republican Brian Fitzpatrick, Democrat Josh Gottheimer, who have staked out the aisle, who are there right in the back. They'll be the last faces that the president sees as he goes out the door. Sort of an interesting moment here as somebody who wants to be, in his own way, a problem solver in the White House.
Yes, sir. Forgive me for wanting to eavesdrop here, guys.
Thank you, Mr. President. Oh, come on, man. It's my son. I know he's talking. He died because of
Thank you.
Good to see you, man.
Jimmy Panetta, good to see you.
Jimmy. Yeah. Tell Dad to take it easy on me, will you?
Well, he got your message, by the way.
Oh, did he? Good.
No, and I'll let him
Jimmy
know.
Panetta, son of Leon Panetta.
We're ready to try to finish. Good to see you, pal.
Thank you so much.
I think Panetta was a little bit critical over the weekend regarding the
And that's what
Chinese
he- I
spy
think
balloon.
you're right.
Well, we don't know what the message was regarding, but who knows?
Debbie Dingell, the unofficial dean of the Michigan delegation.
I believe it. Hey, man.
Peter Alexander is at the White House for us. And now, Peter, it's a road show. President Biden's going to hit some swing states this week and start selling these plans.
Yeah, Savannah, that's exactly right. Tomorrow he heads to Wisconsin. He'll focus on job creation. Obviously, Wisconsin, a key battleground ahead in 2024. Then he heads to Florida on Thursday. He'll focus on topics that were contentious tonight, Social Security and Medicare, and his efforts to lower prescription drug costs, notably Florida, the home state of two possible 2024 challengers, the former president Donald Trump and the Republican governor there, Ron DeSantis. You know, for anybody who had real questions about Joe Biden's ability to do another 4 years or his ability to deliver a speech, I'm struck by the fact that his speech tonight was longer than any of the State of the Union addresses that Barack Obama gave during his 8 years in office, focusing, really on bipartisanship and empathy, as you've noticed, jobs as well. And contrast that with what we're going to hear from Sarah Huckabee Sanders just moments from now. According to the excerpt, she's going to sort of criticize or attack the Democratic woke agenda, in her words, as we'll hear from her just momentarily.
All right, we'll be back with the Republican response to the State of the Union in just a few minutes.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back to NBC's special coverage of the president's State of the Union address. And per tradition, the opposing party gets to rebut what the nation has just heard from the president. We're going to hear from Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the newly elected governor of Arkansas, a position, of course, her father once held, in just a few moments. We do have some time to spend here with Andrew Ross Sorkin, who, of course, covers the economy for CNBC and the New York Times. And Andrew, what an interesting moment we have in the economy, where you have the Fed chair hiking interest rates 8 times since the last State of the Union, and trying to tame inflation. At the same time, you have a pretty hot jobs market, unemployment at a 50-plus year low. And this is the needle that policymakers and the president politically, they're trying to thread.
I was actually struck by how well the president actually thread that needle this evening, making economic issues, which often don't feel relatable to the American public, quite relatable, speaking almost as an American consumer, especially when he talked about junk fees, when he talked about Buy American, even when he talked about some of the infrastructure programs and jobs programs that he's put into effect. I thought that actually did resonate. I was also struck, and I think a lot of Wall Street will be struck tomorrow morning by his comments about big oil and his plans to tax billionaires. In particular, he had a line which drew some laughs, I think, from the GOP, where he said oil is going to be around for another 10 years, at the same time that he was proposing increased taxes on stock buybacks when companies buy back their stock, which a lot of oil companies now are doing, in part because they say you're not giving us enough runway to invest in oil. 10 years may not be enough. So that's something I think you're going to see a little bit of a blowback about. But there were a number of comments just throughout the night. I thought this whole idea we're being played by for suckers as he talked about taxes and them not being fair. And I think just the way he really articulated and illustrated the point. Again, an issue that's often hard for the American public to appreciate and feel. I thought he did a pretty good job.
Well, it's always a pickle and a difficulty because Americans, of course, are very familiar with what the economy feels like. They live it every single day. So it's always a trick, Lester. Thank you, Andrew, how the president handles his remarks about the economy.
And let's go to Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the Republican response.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Being a mom to 3 young children taught me not to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China. Biden and the Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people. Democrats want to rule us with more government control, but that's not who we are. America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known, with a people who are strong and resilient. 5 months ago, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. It was a hard time for our family, particularly our kids, Scarlett, Huck, and George. But we kept our faith and persevered. Thanks to exceptional doctors here in Arkansas, a successful surgery, and the grace of God, I am cancer-free. Through it all, I couldn't help but think about my mom. She was 20 years old and in her first year of marriage when she was diagnosed with spinal cancer. The doctors told her she might not live, and if she did live, they said she'd never walk again. And if she did walk, she'd definitely never have children. The daughter she was told she'd never have was just sworn in as the new governor of Arkansas and is speaking to you tonight. Adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us, but faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. We can't stand still in the face of great challenges. You and I were put on this earth for such a time as this, to charge boldly ahead. I'll be the first to admit, President Biden and I don't have a lot in common. I'm for freedom, he's for government control. At 40, I'm the youngest governor in the country. And at 80, he's the oldest president in American history. I'm the first woman to lead my state, and he's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. In the radical left's America, Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. But you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves, and our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or our great country. Whether Joe Biden believes this madness or is simply too weak to resist it, his administration has been completely hijacked by the radical left. The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Upon taking office just a few weeks ago, I signed executive orders to ban CRT, racism, and indoctrination in our schools, eliminate the use of derogatory term Latinx in our government, repealed COVID orders, and said never again to authoritarian mandates and shutdowns. Americans want common sense from their leaders, but in Washington, the Biden administration is doubling down on crazy. President Biden inherited the fastest economic recovery on record, the most secure border in history, cheap, abundant, homegrown energy, fast rising wages, a rebuilt military, and a world that was stable and at peace. But over the last 2 years, Democrats destroyed it all. Despite Democrats' trillions in reckless spending and mountains of debt, we now have the worst border crisis in American history. As a mom, my heart breaks for every parent who has lost a son or daughter to addiction. 100,000 Americans a year are now killed from drug overdoses, largely from fentanyl pouring across our southern border. Yet the Biden administration refuses to secure the border and save American lives. And after years of Democrat attacks on law enforcement and calls to defund the police, violent criminals roam free, while law-abiding families live in fear. Beyond our border, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, from North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols, all while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, your freedom of speech. That's not normal. It's crazy, and it's wrong. Make no mistake, Republicans will not surrender this fight. We will lead with courage and do what's right, not what's politically correct or convenient. Republicans believe in an America where strong families thrive in safe communities, where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising, where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. These are the principles Republican governors are fighting for, and in Washington, under the leadership of Senate Republicans and Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we will hold the Biden administration accountable. Down the street from where I sit is my alma mater, Little Rock Central High. As a student there, I will never forget watching my dad, Governor Mike Huckabee, and President Bill Clinton hold the doors open to the Little Rock Nine. Doors that 40 years earlier had been closed to them because they were black. Today, those children once barred from the schoolhouse are now heroes memorialized in bronze at our State House. I'm proud of the progress our country has made. And I believe giving every child access to a quality education, regardless of their race or income, is the civil rights issue of our day. Tomorrow, I will unveil an education package that will be the most far-reaching, bold, conservative education reform in the country. My plan empowers parents with real choices, improves literacy and career readiness, and helps put a good teacher in every classroom by increasing their starting salary from one of the lowest to one of the highest in the nation. Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty. We will educate, not indoctrinate our kids, and put students on a path to success. It's time for a new generation to lead. This is our moment. This is our opportunity. A new generation born in the waning decades of the last century, shaped by economic booms and stock market busts, forged by the triumph of the Cold War and the tragedy of 9/11. A generation brimming with passion and new ideas to solve age-old problems. A generation moored to our deepest values and oldest traditions, yet unafraid to challenge the present order and find a better way forward. If we seize this moment together, America can once again be the land of the free and the home of the brave. During my 2.5 years at the White House, I traveled on every foreign trip with the president. A trip I will never forget was on December 25th of 2018. My husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our house, thanks to our 3 kids. When I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night, because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous, they didn't want anybody to know that the president was going to be on the ground, even for a few hours. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down and turned in. We were going completely off the grid. Nearly 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in the war-torn part of Western Iraq. It was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only thing you could see was coming from about a mile away in a dining hall where hundreds of troops who were in the fight against ISIS had gathered expecting to celebrate Christmas with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a scene and a sound I hope I never forget. The room erupted. Men and women from every race, religion, and region, every political party, every demographic you can imagine, started chanting in perfect unison over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. It was an absolutely perfect picture of what makes our country great. One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you." And the president said, "And son, I'm here because of you." Shortly after, that young soldier came up to me. He said, "Sarah, you have a tough job." I told him, "What I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job." And in a moment that I know I'll cherish for the rest of my life, that soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand, a sign of ultimate respect. And he said, Sarah, we are in this together. Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. That young man and everyone who has served before him, all of those who serve alongside him, and the thousands we know who will be called upon to serve after him, deserve to know they have a country and a community back home doing our part in the fight for freedom. America is great because we are free. But today, our freedom is under attack, and the America we love is in danger. President Biden and the Democrats have failed you, and it's time for a change. A new generation of Republican leaders are stepping up, not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people. We know not what the future holds, but we know who holds the future in his hands. And with God as our witness, we will show the world that America is still the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America.
Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders with the rebuttal from the Republican side.
From the State House in Arkansas, where she is, as she pointed out, the youngest governor in America, and then mentioned that President Biden is the oldest president we've ever had.
Fitting with her theme that there is a new generation, she believes, of conservative leadership, and really leaning into some of those so-called culture war issues, denouncing the woke left, as she put it, and drawing a distinction between normal and crazy, which, depending on which side of the aisle you sit on, you might have a different perspective on which one is which. All of it in contrast to President Biden's speech, where he did not lean quite so much into some of those hot-button culture war topics.
All right, Hallie, thank you. That is going to do it for our special coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address, as well as the Republican response.
Of course, we will have continuing coverage tonight with Chuck and Kristen. They're on NBC News Now, as well as tomorrow morning, bright and early on Today, and tomorrow evening, Lester will be there, NBC Nightly News.
Emphasis on you early. Thank you for joining us. For all of us here at NBC News, good night.
Live from Washington, this is Meet the Press coverage of the State of the Union on NBC News Now. Here are Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker.
And welcome to NBC News' special coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address. We are here for another hour. I'm Chuck Todd.
And I'm Kristen Welker. Thank you so much for joining us on a very busy night. President Biden has just wrapped up his second State of the Union, his third address to a joint session of Congress at a pivotal moment in his presidency, facing a divided Congress for the first time while also laying the groundwork for a potential re-election campaign.
Yeah, I think that finish the job line is something we're going to hear a lot of at some point down the road. Tonight, we heard him lay out his vision for the year ahead while rolling out that potential 2024 campaign slogan I told you about finishing the job. I think you counted 12 times, Kristen?
12 times.
I think in that,
yes.
That you heard finish the job that his administration started 2 years ago.
And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting. Power for the sake of power, conflict for the sake of conflict gets us nowhere. That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job, in my view.
And there it is. As I mentioned, the president repeated that phrase, finish the job, at least a dozen times. Matters including confronting climate change, expanding Medicaid, to banning assault weapons.
Yeah, he was test driving that message for sure. Additionally, President Biden pushed Congress to send legislation to his desk to cap insulin costs at $35 a month, to crack down on excessive fees for consumers, and to impose a new tax on billionaires and corporate stock buybacks. The president also offered a full-throated defense of his handling of the economy, touting a strong labor market and the government's efforts to tamp down on soaring inflation.
Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is, in my view, a blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America, make a real difference in your lives at home.
Speaking of phrases that may be test-driven, that's another one, the blue-collar blueprint for America. Another one of the major domestic issues mentioned tonight, police reform. With the parents of Tyree Nichols watching on in person from the First Lady's guest box, the president urged Congress to do something on the issue. We will be joined by Tyree Nichols' parents here in studio later this hour.
And on foreign policy, Chuck, it took him about an hour to get to foreign policy, by the way, which really underscores the fact that he wanted to focus on pocketbook issues. The president responding to criticism over his administration's handling of the Chinese spy balloon that crossed the nation's airspace before being shot down over the weekend. He said that if China threatens American sovereignty, the government would act to protect our country. We will have much more on this later in the hour.
I will say this. I understand politically why he didn't do a lot of the foreign policy. But when he wonders why people aren't as supportive of some of his foreign policy goals, one could argue you got to explain it to the American people more often, and they don't do that. Again, we know Americans tune that stuff out, but that's just, you know,
one of his biggest audiences.
That's right. Still, perhaps foreshadowing his expected 2024 re-election campaign, the president leaned into some of the same themes from his successful 2020 run while describing the State of the Union. Take a listen.
We have to be the nation we've always been at our best. Optimistic, hopeful, forward-looking. A nation that embraces light over dark, hope over fear, unity over division, stability over chaos. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation to report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong.
Interestingly, something not in this speech, the mention of what the president has in the past called ultra-MAGA Republicans. He took aim at the Republican negotiating position on the ongoing debt ceiling fight and what was the most confrontational moment of the night in the chamber.
Some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's a majority. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals. I'm not politely not naming them, but it's being proposed by some of you. So, folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be sponsored. All right. We got unanimity.
You know, that was close, Kristen, to his era of big government is over. I guess we're all agreeing on Social Security.
Right.
That is going to be a moment we'll hear a lot.
Chuck, I got texts from Democrats in real time saying they thought that was very strong. It showed that he was nimble. It showed he was feisty, and it kind of counters some of the narrative that he might not be.
He got everybody to stand up.
That's right.
He's like, let's stand up for Social Security. It was one of those, you remember, whatever you think of him as, he's the president, and he controlled the room.
That's absolutely right.
He got Republicans to stand up.
I think you're right that we are going to hear a lot more about that moment, particularly from Democrats who are going to tout that. He's going to head on the road, and I think they're going to be playing that over and over again. Moments ago, we heard the official Republican response delivered by newly inaugurated Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the youngest sitting governor in America. Her remarks were steeped in conservative culture war talking points and very pointed at the Democratic Party and President Biden, whom she called unfit to serve. Take a listen to a clip of this.
President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply unfit to serve as commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. but we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight.
Next time this year, President Biden will quite likely be a presidential candidate, and the Republican presidential primary will be well underway.
Oh, yeah, they'll be watching from Iowa, New Hampshire. We've done that routine ourselves. So as we head into what's bound to be a busy and a confrontational year in American politics, like that was probably as touchy-feely nice of a night as you're going to have with President Biden and Speaker McCarthy, because the debates over government spending, the war in Ukraine, the nation's economic health, and more are going to be pointed. But let's dig into where the state of our union is right now. We got Garrett Haake. He's been watching all the action from Capitol Hill. And Garrett, as you said in our coverage previous hour, it was certainly a very rambunctious room in there. I mean, I had a friend call it British Parliament.
Yeah, I mean, Chuck, I'm old enough to remember when one outburst from one member of Congress in one of President Obama's State of the Unions was, front page news the next day. You had an outburst every couple of pages in President Biden's speech. But I think if you're the White House, you're probably okay with how that all played out. I mean, for two reasons. Obviously, you played the whole exchange there on Medicare and Social Security. That felt, if not fully intentional, that at least a possibility of a rope-a-dope moment there, that President Biden knew he could back Republicans into agreeing with him on protecting Social Security and Medicare and kind of checking that off the list. But remember, Kevin McCarthy came into this day today telling his conference behind closed doors, you got to be careful, that the mics are hot, the lights are bright, that they didn't want to cause a scene. You had Byron Donalds tweeting that the adults were back at the table. McCarthy spent most of the last 2 weeks just trying to get in the room with President Biden and present Republicans as reasonable, sober, kind of fair partners in government on the debt limit issue specifically, but as the party in charge of one house of Congress more broadly. And that tableau of President Biden speaking and Marjorie Taylor Greene in her fur coat shouting at him from the back of the room undercuts the McCarthy argument in a way that probably serves the White House, and that I suspect we're going to hear more about in the days to come.
Garrett, tell us about this remarkable moment that unfolded on the floor between Mitt Romney and George Santos, who obviously is facing all of these accusations that he has not been truthful about his resume, among other things. What happened there, and just what's the broader significance?
And I assume, guys, I think Garrett will be playing the exchange because you don't hear it. Well, we see the back and forth. So go ahead, Garrett.
Yeah, so first, for some context, you have to understand that the seats along the aisles are prime real estate for the State of the Union. It's first come, first serve, and there are members who make it their business to show up very early in the day to make sure that they get a seat along that center aisle to be able to say something to the president when he is coming or going from that speech. And today, George Santos was one of them. He was on the aisle towards the back of the chamber with a group of kind of MAGA Republicans, able to be right there as members came in. And the moment, which I think was probably a good time to play now, as Mitt Romney and other senators were coming into the room, the two of them exchanged words. And it was quite clear that they were not pleasant words. You could read Romney's facial expression that he was upset. Santos kind of looked around to the other members around him as if to say, did you guys see what he just said to me? Our Senate producer, Frank Thorpe, caught up with Mitt Romney off the floor. The way Romney described it, he told Santos, you don't belong here. You don't belong here basically on the aisle. You don't belong here in Congress. And he called him a sick puppy. And Chuck, I've covered Mitt Romney for a long time. Sick puppy's about as bad as it gets for Mitt Romney in terms of insults. I mean, this is not someone who curses or raises his voice to people very often. But you could tell he was frustrated with Santos' attention seeking by just being on the aisle. For Santos' side of it, he's been tweeting about this after the fact. If you're George Santos and you're trying to align yourself with MAGA Republicans to give yourself a community in Congress, there's no better foil that you could have than Mitt Romney. To have a feud with Mitt Romney serves you pretty well if you're George Santos. So a bit of a, awkward start to Republicans to the night, with Mitt Romney calling out George Santos and Santos using it, as he has done with so many other things, as an opportunity to elevate his profile.
And you can see, we don't have the video right now, but you can see in the video the frustration on Mitt Romney's face. And it kind of speaks to who Mitt Romney has become in the Senate.
And as Romney, and again, we'll play this clip, as Romney's walking, Santos is still John back at him, almost like you could see it the way two players in the quarter backbiting. One's walking away. It was quite remarkable. And look, Mitt Romney, I think, decided he's America's ombudsman, I guess.
That's right.
Well, he certainly sees himself as the Republican Party's ombudsman. I mean, look, this is somebody, is the only person to vote for Donald Trump's conviction in both impeachment trials who is a Republican, right? I mean, he's somebody who I think is probably only still in public life because he thinks it's important to fix what he sees wrong with the Republican brand. And if you're Mitt Romney, George Santos is probably just about everything that you think is wrong with the Republican brand. So, I don't know exactly how that confrontation started, but it does not surprise me in the least that Romney reacted to it in a personal way. And Santos, who's had nothing to say to us in the press corps, we've had a million questions for him, decided to make a moment to try to say something to Romney.
Garrett, any reaction from Republican leadership on Sarah Sanders? What do they think of her remarks?
They're thrilled. Speaker McCarthy tweeted a picture of himself in his office watching her remarks, talked about her as a star. I mean, Republicans, I think, almost don't care if you watch Sarah Sanders and Juan Ciscomani, who gave the Spanish language response. They probably don't care if you watched it on mute. I mean, they were hoping to present a contrast in style as much as in substance. Here you have two leaders, each 40 years old, half President Biden's age, younger, more diverse, future faces of the party. The idea that Sanders was kind of sharp-elbowed and talking about, radical left woke ideology and that kind of thing, I mean, that's singing from the sort of base Republican playbook. But just to have, this slate of younger leaders able to speak after this president, I think a lot of senior Republicans feel like is a win.
Yeah, well, look, I think a lot of House Republicans secretly think that their candidate recruitment is why they did get the House and why they didn't get the Senate. Anyway, Garrett Haake, covering Congress for us tonight, our senior Capitol correspondent. Garrett, thank you. Joining us here in studio with more on the Republican reaction to President's speeches, Congressman James Comer of Kentucky. He's chair of the House Oversight and Accountability Committee. Congressman, nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome to the studio.
Great to be here.
Yeah.
So let's just start off and set the table with this. What did you think of the speech? What were your biggest takeaways?
Well, I liked hearing the president say he wanted to work with Republicans. I mean, that's an obvious. If he wants to govern, the House is ruled by a Republican majority. And look, we welcome the opportunity to work with President Biden. I think there are areas where we can find bipartisan agreement. There are areas where we have to find bipartisan agreement. So hopefully he's sincere to his words and we can work together and try to find common ground.
Let's go to a couple of them. Police reform. I think last year he had a specific ask, pass the George Floyd Act. He didn't do that this year. He seemed to acknowledge, hey, let's do something. What's the something? What do you think can be agreed to? Where are you at in that?
Well, I think we need more transparency. I'm always for reform. I think that in any profession, there are bad actors. There are certainly bad cops, and I think they need to be held accountable. One of the problems that I've heard from different people involved in municipalities is obviously there's a shortage of police, and police move around a lot, and there's often not a record of police officers who have reputations of using excessive force.
Would you be in favor of a national database on this? That was
on a database? Yeah, I think that we need to share information better. So obviously that's a problem. We see that time and time again.
That'd be a big step. I mean, look, I think people here are just like, that would be a big step. Not everybody in your party agrees with that.
A database for officers that use excessive force. Right.
Absolutely.
Congressman, can you give us the reality check on police reform? Because after Uvalde, something small got done on gun reform legislation. Is this moment that kind of moment where something small can get done? And does it require Democrats to drop their calls for addressing qualified immunity?
For immigration?
No, for police reform.
For police reform? Yeah. I mean, I think if we want to have police reform, we have to look where there's bipartisan agreement, where we can actually make a difference. And certainly we need to have data on these police officers because there is a high turnover rate among police officers and they do move around a lot. So we need to be able to share information better. We have tried to create a database to help with people that suffer from child abuse. I was a co-sponsor with Susan Bonamucci of one of those bills to be able to track people that have reputations of abusing children. And I think that could, we could have that same type of data for police officers that use excessive force.
Let's move to immigration, because this was probably where he was lightest. He didn't offer a lot on this front. In our poll, the number one issue where you had majorities of Republicans, Democrats, and Independents saying was when we described, enhancing border security, paths to citizenship with background checks. Okay, that matters, including all that. But a comprehensive, that was the most popular thing. It had over 80% support, 60% of Republicans, 80% of Democrats. That seems very unrealistic, though, isn't it?
That's a tough issue when you talk about amnesty. Border security, I think if you just poll border security, I think there's overwhelming support for that. People realize that we have a crisis at the southern border. So there would certainly be bipartisan support to try to find a way to secure that border.
Pathway to citizenship is where things get trickier?
That's where things get tricky.
So you don't see anything getting done on immigration over the next 2 years?
I don't think amnesty's on the table for Republicans right now. I think that we've got to get serious about securing the border and then go from there.
Got to ask you a couple things about tonight and the sort of, and I know it's the sideshow part of things, but the Mitt Romney-George Santos confrontation, I don't know what you saw.
I think we have the video now.
I think we can wrap the video there, but you've now heard the reporting. What do you make of Congressman Santos's decision to sort of tweet about it and almost embrace it?
Right. Well, you asked me this on your Sunday show a few weeks ago, and I, certainly don't agree with George Santos. I think that he has made a lot of mistakes, and he will be held accountable if he violated campaign finance laws. Certainly, the fact that he showed up to the State of the Union was questionable, but sitting on the aisle to where he could get attention, I mean,
you found that to be distasteful.
Someone told me he was sitting on the aisle when I got there. I didn't see the conversation between he and Mitt Romney, but the fact that he was wanting to be in the center of the limelight, it just makes no sense.
Do you agree with what Mitt Romney said to him? He said, you have no business being here.
Well, I think that he has a lot of explaining to do. He's certainly under several investigations right now. He's under ethics investigation. He's under campaign finance violation investigation. So obviously he deserves due process, but, he's got a long way to go.
Testing the limits of a lot of your cases.
He's crossed the line, obviously, and he certainly doesn't speak for the Republican Party, and we're very disappointed in Santos.
I want to ask you about another big moment tonight when President Biden said some Republicans, he said, I'm not talking about all of you, but some Republicans want to cut Social Security and Medicare, and it led to this very robust exchange. It's getting a lot of attention online. What did you make of that moment, and would you support cuts to Medicare and Social Security as a part of increasing the debt limit? That was
absolutely not. We've said that's off the board. I mean, that is something that every Republican, to my knowledge, is united on. I don't know where he's getting a Republican is in favor of cutting Social Security or Medicare, unless it's something Rick Scott proposed. I don't know if that's where he's getting that from. I don't know.
What'd you make of that moment, though, Congressman?
Well, I thought that was inappropriate. I don't think he should have said that. I mean, if you're sincere about working together, if he had evidence that House Republicans had proposed to cut Social Security, then he should have named them by name. Or maybe he can do that at a press conference tomorrow. No Republican wants to cut Social Security or Medicare. But in reality, there's problems long-term with Social Security and Medicare. And that's going to have to be a discussion, not for cuts, but there's going to have to be more money put into Social Security.
I was just going to say, I mean, because one person's cuts, another person's slowing the growth, right? And I've been through these debates for decades, and slowing the growth is not a cut, but to some people it comes across that way. What about slowing the growth?
We want to support Social Security and Medicare 100%. Even the former president has come out and publicly said that. He's always said that, former President Trump. So this is a important part of the Republican platform. We strongly support Social Security and Medicare, but we need to have
in the platform, right?
Well, I don't know. I've been in Congress 6 years. I've always supported Social Security and Medicare.
Fair enough. It's been about 6 years. I'll give you that.
Can we get your reaction to another flashpoint tonight? There were obviously a lot of outbursts. One of them that is getting a fair amount of attention, Marjorie Taylor Greene shouting liar, accusing the president of being a liar. You see her there. You see her, you can read her lips. Is that appropriate?
Well, certainly there should be some decorum. I know that there were outbursts during Trump's State of the Union. I wish that everyone would respect the decorum and let the president speak. We have outbursts in my oversight committee hearings, believe it or not. People are passionate. It's tough tough sometimes when you strongly disagree with what the president's saying, but certainly I wish we would adhere to decorum.
I know you're going to get into a lot of various investigations, and we're not going to get into the details of what you're doing tonight. But one thing that popped in our poll was there's a concern that the public is concerned that Republicans are going to be too focused on investigations and not enough working with the public. How sensitive are you to this and to that perception?
I'm sensitive to the fact that congressional investigations have a bad reputation. They have low credibility. I want to turn that around. We have announced one investigation of Joe Biden, and I don't want to get into that unless you want to get into that. I can talk about it all night.
I know we can, but at
the end of the day, Donald Trump was investigated multiple times by multiple committees over 6 years. He's still being investigated. There's a special counsel. So I believe we've laid the groundwork to why we feel like this president needs to be investigated. But we're focused on an agenda. We're focused on reducing crime. We're focused on securing the border. We're focused on reducing inflation. We're trying to make budget cuts. I mean, we can't continue down this path of spending $1 trillion a year more than we take in. So we're trying to make tough decisions that would benefit everyday working Americans.
Are you going to put out a cut plan, or is the movement going to be on debt ceiling, probably for spending caps? Is that what the Republican ask is going to be?
Well, we're still talking about that. Yeah. We're having robust discussions in our conference. I mean, I
imagine there's some disagreement because some want to go to individual cuts.
It's tough. One thing I've always felt like unites Democrats is spending money. It's easy when you spend, but when you have to make
taxes is easy on your side.
It's tough.
It's another version of spending money.
Congressman, very quickly before we let you go, your reaction to the response by Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who called the president unfit for office?
Well, there's certainly a lot of disagreement about the president's leadership on the foreign stage.
Does that take it too far, though, in a Republican response on a night like tonight? Is that the tone that you think Republicans
This is the reality we live in. For better or worse. I mean, there's passion expressed by leaders in both parties. I didn't feel like it was appropriate what President Biden said about Republicans cutting Social Security and Medicare, and probably not in the best interest for others to say hurtful things on the night when we need to be united. But at the end of the day, there's always going to be disagreement, and that's part of the process. It gets a little tougher every year, but at the end of the day, I think that there's a willingness among both parties to try to work together.
Congressman James Comer, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
And sharing
really
your perspective.
appreciate it.
Good to see you again.
Very good to see you. Coming up next, the president takes a shot at China and renews support for Ukraine. Those key moments and the latest reporting on both stories next.
And as always, we'll have coverage and analysis of the day's top political stories, including the State of the Union tomorrow and every weekday at 4 p.m. on Meet the Press Now. We'll be right back with more of our special coverage.
Today, we're the strongest position in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did. Autocracy has grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one.
Welcome back. That was a feisty President Biden tonight. Got getting fired up about China and authoritarianism around the world. 1 year ago, when Biden delivered his first State of the Union address, it came just days after Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine. This year, Biden faced a different foreign policy challenge, dealing with the fallout after shooting down a Chinese spy balloon that entered U.S. airspace last week.
Joining us now for insight on the foreign policy pieces of tonight's speech are NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell and NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel from Ukraine. Andrea, let me start with you. It took him about an hour to get to the foreign policy section. We knew he was tweaking his speech to adapt to and adjust to the developments from last week in shooting down the Chinese spy balloon. What was your takeaway?
Well, my takeaway is that he didn't mention the Chinese spy balloon barely at all. He talked, as you just heard, about competition but not conflict. This was also analogous to his approach to the domestic policy. He wants to be tough on China but not confrontational. He didn't apologize for the shoot down when he talked to you all on the lawn just the other day, coming out of the White House. But he was not going to pick a fight with President Xi over this because he knows, and the view of the administration is, that the world expects the United States and China, the two superpowers in the world, to get along, to somehow work it out. We are the biggest economies, the two biggest economies, the two biggest polluters, the two biggest militaries. We have to get along if the world is going to survive. And China has moderated its support for Vladimir Putin on Ukraine. They've not physically armed them, although they're getting the material, resupplying them with some things, but not with
China feels like they're trying to change the tone of their rhetoric, but they're not actually changing a lot of actions.
No,
Is that fair
China
to
is
say?
being so aggressive militarily. And Xi is really aggrieved by the Philippines basing that was announced just last week. So from his perspective, we are challenging him to his historic dominance.
Hey, Richard Engel, when I think about to me, the surprising thing in our polling has been what I think is lackluster support for the president's policies and the country's policies on supporting Ukraine. And I tell you, if you at all took a sip of water, you would have missed what he had to say about Ukraine tonight. I understand the political decision to do that, but I was surprised at how little time he spent on it, given how much money we're spending and, frankly, how successful so far this policy's been.
So from this country's perspective, the more important is that the money keeps coming, that the weapons are coming, that it seems almost every week there are new announcements of billions more dollars committed. And it was just yesterday that several European countries said that more German-made tanks are heading to this country. So it barely got a mention. You would be in a better position to discuss why it didn't get much of a mention in a domestic speech. But from here, I think they would be encouraged the way that President Biden presented the issue of Ukraine. Didn't present it as a regional war or a war between Ukraine and Russia. That is not the way that Ukrainians see it. They see it very much in line with how President Biden was describing it in a global challenge, a challenge for democracy, the right of a nation, this nation, to stand up for its own sovereignty and resist being taken over by Russia. Ukraine sees that it's defending its country, but is also defending the world order for NATO, for the United States. So it's important for this country to to see that message conveyed to the American people, because they worry that the American people are going to lose perspective on that and relegate this to the to a regional conflict that perhaps Americans in the future won't want to pay for. So yes, it didn't get much mention, but the money is coming. The weapons are starting to come. They're starting to come in bigger batches, and it was in the right context from a Ukrainian perspective.
Richard, how much concern is there among Ukrainian officials when they hear Speaker McCarthy, for example, before he became Speaker, say that Republicans are not going to write a blank check to Ukraine?
A very big concern. I remember right before the midterm elections, Ukrainian officials were thought that perhaps their biggest challenge wasn't from Russia, because at least they knew how to deal with that challenge, but that it was coming from the United States. Because if funding and the weapons supply and intelligence supply from primarily the United States, NATO as well, but mostly the United States, stopped, it is possible that this country would lose the war, or certainly lose a lot more territory, a lot more lives. They are dependent on the flow of support, and they know it, and the government knows it, and the people here know it. So they absolutely are concerned about political changes coming in the United States, because their future existence depends on it.
Andrea, what was your take?
My take is also that there is more support in Congress for Ukraine, and there's going to be a very large congressional delegation going to the Munich Security Conference next week. They're pretty much committed to that, not to, unlimited money, but even these House Republicans will not separate themselves from Ukraine, but on China. What Joe Biden did tonight by not taking on China more aggressively was politically courageous, if you will, in terms of the domestic support. Because as you know very well, the polling is that, 75% of Americans...
There's no downside getting tough on China. Yeah,
right.
There's no
they
downside.
Want a tougher line, and the Republicans are in line with that, and a lot of Democrats are. And there's going to be a resolution next week, and it's going to pass with Democratic support.
Well, just wait to hear the presidential primary campaign trail on China and on Ukraine, which could change a lot of things. Anyway, Andrew Mitchell. Richard Engel, I don't know if you stayed up late or got up early, but either way, I know you're tired. Thank
and
you, my man.
we're grateful.
Please stay safe.
Yeah, thank you both so much. And
Not a problem.
We will have much more live analysis after the break as the president road tests a potential 2024 slogan tonight. As Chuck said earlier, finish the job. You're watching NBC News Now special coverage of the State of the Union.
That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation, to rebuild the backbone of America, America's middle class, and to unite the country. We've been sent here to finish the job. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35. Let's finish the job and close the loopholes that allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Let's finish the job. We got to finish the job. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. But let's finish the job. I stand here tonight, having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. Just to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together.
Welcome back. That was President Biden's closing message tonight. That is the latest we think that a president has let us know what he thinks the State of the Union is. It was very late in that
You had to
speech,
wait for the whole entire speech. It was a real wind-up. For more, we are joined by Brendan Buck, former senior advisor to former House Speakers John Boehner and Paul Ryan. He's no stranger to that chamber. He's now an NBC News political analyst. Also with us is former North Dakota Senator Heidi Heitkamp, who's now a CNBC contributor. Thank you both for being here. Senator Heitkamp, let me start with you. What was your reaction tonight? The president clearly started off, he wanted to strike a bipartisan tone, and then there were a lot of moments when he had some pretty feisty back and forths with Republicans.
I think this is going to be known as a speech for atmospherics rather than specifics in the speech itself, although I think he tried desperately to get to what I call the macaroni and cheese issues, whether it's insulin, whether it's housing costs. So that was smart. But then he started that back and forth with the audience, and so it turned into the Parliament and not a State of the Union speech. And I think he actually enjoyed it. I'm not sure the American public saw that as the right decorum for this kind of speech, but it's going to be known for the heckling and for all of.
If only we had asked the president an hour from Congress. I would love to actually have that.
But honestly, if you look at it, you know, the speaker started saying, I'm not going to rip up a speech. I'm going to be respectful. And you saw kind of this mortified look as people, backbenchers, were yelling.
I don't know that we're going to have State of the Unions go back to the way they were anymore. I feel like the jeering and the chatter is just going to be part of it. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's just who we are.
It almost sounded like a religious service at times. Yeah, because there were some amen. Say amen. Like it was on both sides of the aisle.
I mean, there were people yelling liar, and all of us were probably around when Joe Wilson did that, and it was a like stunning single moment. And it just felt normal that people just say that now. And that dynamic, it probably worked well for both of them. I think it worked well for Joe Biden. He got what he wanted out of it. Republicans like to be seen as fighting. I don't know if Kevin McCarthy liked it, but I think it would actually was okay.
But I think if you're now wanting to return to a period of civility, that's not what the American people saw.
Maybe you
don't want to go to civility.
I thought it was done. I actually thought the moment, because he said, all right, let's all stand up for Social Security. And then they all stood up for it. I don't know. I hear you on that, but I actually thought the moment, as you said, it may have worked for everybody at the end.
I don't know.
Yeah, I actually don't know that it was very well executed, because the president seemed very uncomfortable striking against Republicans. He
doesn't like it. He'd apologized before he did his first attack. Now here I come. I'm about to whack you.
Not you. I don't mean you.
Not you. But a couple of you.
So both
I'm not going to mention names. Didn't he say that? Out of politeness, I'm not mentioning names.
Both in delivery and in substance, it was curious to me. The issue of abortion, where he has the total advantage, he just breezed through very quickly. Didn't press his advantage.
That's a great point. I think that was a nod to the Supreme Court sitting there. There's been this back and forth with the Supreme Court feeling like they've been challenged. I think he said, look, we're going to do some things legislatively. He did not criticize the court when he talked about Roe v. Wade.
We do want to get to a few key moments, but before we do, I'm getting some texts from Democrats who say the exchange over Medicare and Social Security, where Republicans said he was lying and he, went back and forth with him, actually was so feisty that it undercut the message that he's not capable of running and serving again. What do you make of that?
I don't know. I think that overstates the importance of that moment. I think he was kind of back and forth, but I think that you also saw someone who, the contrast that the Republicans were trying to draw between Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who apparently now we know she wrote Trump's inaugural speech because it was the same kind of dark, deep, like America and carnage message that that Trump delivered in the inaugural. But they were trying to draw that contrast, and I think that was an effective back and forth.
Brendan, I'm curious. It's clear Biden was choosing a very middle, as I said, everything was in the middle for him. He was talking to the middle class, middle of the electorate, literally middle of the country. Sarah Sanders didn't do that. She was talking to the base.
No.
And had Biden talked to the base, it might not have felt as jarring. This felt more jarring after you heard Biden's speech.
It did, but it's very reflective of how the Republican Party is right now. It's very focused on the base. It doesn't really care about the middle, and it's made a decision that if you turn out enough conservative voters, you can win elections. And Democrats have clearly made a different bet.
But did you see James Comer here? He didn't seem comfortable with some of this stuff. He didn't seem comfortable with the unfit to serve. He didn't seem comfortable with George. He thought, George Santos shouldn't have been there.
That is a message that resonates on Fox News. And the problem is this is a message for the entire country, and it presents a very different picture.
I don't think she did herself any favors. If she wanted to present a new generation, she went right back and embraced Trump, reminded everybody that she was his press
That's
secretary.
what struck me more than anything.
I thought it was foolish of her.
Is that she was a Donald Trump surrogate by the end of the speech. At the end, she talked about this great moment of Trump's. And if you're Trump right now, by the way, if you're Trump right now, you're extremely thankful of her.
Yes.
Because you've gotten all these terrible polls with DeSantis and all this stuff. And here she is.
But she can't talk about, Chuck, generational change while she embraces Donald Trump at the end. Right. And, one thing that drives me crazy about Democrats is they always ignore the fact that Donald Trump had some of the worst economic record in our history. When he left office, there were 3 million fewer jobs than when he took office. He had a negative GDP at the end, and yet we get by with this.
There's a big asterisk called COVID there.
Yeah, right. No, I get that. But the whole point is, let's be honest about what that record is. You can explain it, but he never got GDP growth that he said he would get.
There was no doubt that President Biden wanted to spend most of this speech focused on the economy, pocketbook issues. One of the key moments that stood out to us was when he talked about the debt limit. We want to play that. Get your reaction.
Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned.
Brendan, that was really one of the only references to the former administration, to the former president, indirectly.
Yeah. Well, this is the whole ballgame. In terms of legislative action for this president.
This will be it this year.
Well, that matters significantly for his reelection is how is the debt limit handled? And I know it makes people's eyes gloss over, but if it isn't handled, if it isn't increased, it's terrible economic catastrophe that will have an effect on him.
Everybody loses in this fight.
Everybody loses.
Everybody loses. And I know that there are a lot of people in the White House that think, Republicans will get blamed for this. Yeah, you may get blamed more, but everybody's going to get blamed for letting this happen.
The bottom line is, he said, I'm going to give you a budget. Yeah. That's our starting point. You tell me what you want. And he's calling out the speaker saying, look, you can't just sit on the sidelines and then nitpick me. Tell me what you want. They want leadership. Come with the plan. Your former boss, Paul Ryan, came with the plan. Now, he got criticized, right? And everybody remembers that. But at least he had the courage to say, this is what we need to do to balance.
Well, we have a long way to go. We've got 4 or 5 months until you have to actually figure out what's going on here. But I was a little encouraged that while he made clear we need to increase the debt limit, he didn't take shots at Kevin McCarthy, who's going to have to be negotiated.
And Kevin McCarthy was shushing Republicans, by the way, who were jeering at him.
I don't think we're going to have a Boehner-Obama buddy movie here. Right? But McCarthy-Biden looks like they're at least starting off on a
I'm hoping
reasonable
they had a very positive first meeting. I'm hoping that's not the high point of the relationship. They at least realize they both need to be the responsible ones in this relationship, and I think that's a good place to start.
Well, and Biden can cut a deal because he's an audience of one. What does McCarthy do when he has to take back these proposals? I don't think he can deliver. I don't think he can deliver on a clean debt ceiling, and I think he's going to have a hard time delivering what his a majority of.
Let me ask you both really. Do you think Democrats would ever accept caps again and sequestration?
No.
Because they hated it. Do you
After
think Republicans
2011.
would? Because I remember everybody hated sequestration.
Well, that's my problem is Kevin McCarthy is taking the reasonable road, but I don't think Republicans would even go for the reasonable.
Which is caps.
Well, and what happened when you think about it is the caps kept rising because Republicans wanted the
More defense.
the defense spending, and it just went boom, 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 and it was useless.
Yeah, if you think debt limit makes your eyes glaze over, wait till we say the word sequestration over and over again. And we're not talking about people riding horses and jumping over things. Anyway.
Great conversation.
Brendan Buck, Heidi Heitkamp, thank you both. Thank you for staying late with us. After the break, the president calls for police reform. The chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus, who's pushing the White House for action on police reform, will join us on set next. We'll be right back.
To describe the heartache or grief of losing a child. But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk their lives every time they put that shield on. But what happened to Tyree in Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something.
Welcome back. Tonight, President Biden once again called on Congress to act on police reform. Exactly 1 month after Tyree Nichols was stopped and beaten by 5 officers at a traffic stop in Memphis. His parents were in the audience tonight to hear President Biden's words about their son.
They were at the State of the Union as guests of Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Congressman Stephen Horsford, who joins us now. Congressman, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We really appreciate it. What was your reaction to that moment tonight when President Biden called for police reform, and that entire moment when he talked about Tyree Nichols?
Honestly, I was so grateful, and I am, to President Biden, to Vice President Harris. I immediately looked up to the First Lady's box, and I wanted to hug Tyree Nichols' mother and father, because this was their plea, that their son's death would not be in vain. In fact, his mother said he was on assignment. Think about that for a moment. A loved one who's still grieving comes to the State of the Union. Most people come to celebrate. She came as a part of the loss, but now a purpose around making sure that Congress takes action and that it's meaningful and that it saves other lives. And we're just calling for public safety and accountability, which is not a Republican or Democratic issue. It's not a black, brown, or white issue. This is a public safety issue that all of us should focus on getting done.
I don't want to be Pollyannish, but sometimes I think symbolism mattered. And I thought tonight, because Tyree's parents were there, that you had a chamber that united, even for a second, even for a moment in that moment. They all heard what he said. Are you hearing anything from your friends on the other side of the aisle? Are they saying, you know what, he's right, we got to do something? I mean, he didn't put any markers down. He'll take anything, which means a couple of things. James Comer came on here and said, maybe we ought to have a list of bad cops. He was basically for the national list. Something? What's there? What's possible?
First, the work that we've done around police reform, accountability, and justice didn't just start now. It's been months and years in the making. Our former chair, Joyce Beatty, and former Congresswoman, now Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, did a lot of work to lay the groundwork. And we are now at a moment where it's time to act. Yes, there are Republicans who I have talked with, that other members of our caucus have talked with, and the president extended an olive branch to them today. And I am as well. We know we need Republicans to get meaningful reform passed. And we're not going to just take anything.
What is meaningful? I was just going to say, define that. I mean, it's because everybody's got a different definition.
Well, it needs to, number one, deal with transparency, which goes to the data. For example, in Memphis, the use of force was used 3 times more on black residents than on white residents. The only reason we know that is because they collect data. We need that data on 18,000 police departments across the country. We need to focus on accountability so that officers that do abuse their power can be held accountable. What that looks like, we're working on. And finally, we need to increase professional standards to improve the culture of policing, and all of us should agree that bad policing shouldn't exist anywhere in America.
Look, we're not going to play matchmaker here, but that didn't seem like, it seems like that something can get done.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest sticking points in these negotiations has been the issue of qualified immunity, essentially protecting police officers from any liability if someone is killed in a police-involved incident. Would you be willing to support legislation that didn't include that?
Well, I'm not going to negotiate on TV. What I'm going to do is say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
We wouldn't mind that, actually. we get James Comer over there. We can get this done right here if you want tonight.
As long as my colleagues understand, as they did tonight, that accountability, meaningful accountability, should be part of any package, then that we can make a whole lot of progress. Ultimately, George Floyd, justice and policing, we're going to continue to fight for that for as long as it takes. That doesn't mean we can't make progress along the way.
Senator Tim Scott is seen as just being pivotal and critical to getting a bipartisan piece of legislation done on police reform. Where do you see him fitting into these latest round of talks? Has he been present? Do you think he is energized to get something done right now?
I think Senator Scott is an honorable person and is working with several of our colleagues, including Senator Cory Booker. I talked to several Republican members even tonight, leaving the floor. Once I took the Nichols family off the gallery floor, as we were leaving, several members came up to them, came up to her to talk. And, of course they say, I'm praying for you. I'm lifting you up. And she said, I need more than prayer. I need you all to act.
Wow.
And that is what it's going to take.
Advocate, huh?
And there are so many other. We had 15 guests of members from the Congressional Black Caucus sitting in that gallery tonight, all of them touched in one way by police incidents, some who lost a loved one, others who were traumatized by incidents. But here's the bottom line. No parent, as the president said tonight, should have to worry when their child leaves. As a black father of 3 children, I know what that feels like, to worry about them when they're at the park or at the gym or getting stopped during a traffic incident. That should not mean that they lose their life. And we're calling for public safety and accountability, and all of us should be able to stand for that.
Well, you leave this conversation on a powerful point. Congressman Horsford, we really appreciate your being here. Thank you so much. And thank you for being with us this hour for special Meet the Press coverage of State of the Union.
I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now, 4 p.m. only on NBC News Now. We'll see you then. Have a good evening.
Tonight, President Biden and the state of our union. The president facing a Republican-controlled House.